Hey. Thank
Hi, how are you? How are you? Very nice, very well. Sanama, how are you? London. I don't know if she said she was good. And Miss Ivana?
No, she's sick. The special call meeting of the South San Antonio Independent School District Board of Trustees will come to order. Today is March 26, 2019, and the time is 6 p.m. Roll call, please, Michelle.
Mrs. Mandy Martinez, Mr. Luis Ibarra Jr.,
Here.
Mr. Palmer Flores,
Here.
Mrs. Shirley Ibarra Peña, Mrs. Connie Prado,
Present.
Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez,
Present.
Mrs. Ella Flores.
Present. Thank you. So we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, second pledge, prayer, and call to action.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas pledge.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please bow your head in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that affect the students, staff, faculty, alumni, and friends. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Call to action.
All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives in the future they create.
Okay, tonight's special home meeting is a workshop, and the workshop is a team building Lone Star governance follow-up. We have with us from Region 20, Mr. Ed Vagrai, MD, who will be facilitating the workshop. Mr. Vagrai.
Thank you. And I think first item we were going to do is make sure everybody eats.
Oh,
So if
yes.
you would please,
Yes, I
because it's
think
kind of hard to
we're
be.
gonna
Thank
do
you. I know
that.
you're so Lone Star Governance in tune, but
Yeah.
those 17 hours I know we're still paying for. So if you would please gather, get some food, and then we'll.
Eat and then
Yes,
start.
it's going to be a working day.
Close the line out. Good, sir.
We work for food.
So do we serve?
Oh, it's everybody, right? Unless everybody's on a diet or what? You need to eat some of that.
Sorry, we're not used to eating. We're still at work. We don't know what that is.
For staff.
We're still at work. I don't know what that is.
You don't need on the job, sir. You don't need on the job, sir.
You skipping the pasta one? It looks like cheese.
No? You're like, nah, you're gonna pass.
Yeah.
I think they have more. I figured you were pretty discriminating, right? As long as you were there and eating a lot of the same thing. Is that what it is?
Roddy's gonna reject all this stuff.
It's tearing you up. It's not a sausage, sir. That's a beef. How big is he supposed to be? It's like Marmaduke.
Ice cream.
It's big. The fillet.
She said they already ate the steaks, they go plus the noodles.
Their grandfather did birthday.
You know what used to go well is you already tell me, hey, you gotta take a minute. Just in time. How are you?
It's something else.
Yeah, there's one immediately.
You wanna make sure. Yes, sir. Can't get a restaurant going. You gotta get it. And I was like, yeah, do it. Sign up. So we all went through the 2 days.
You can't talk about next year.
the service center will get essentially your XG. Yeah, see?
Never stops, but
That's so true. I didn't even think of that.
Well, it eventually does.
I want to encourage everybody to continue to eat, and there's plenty of food, so certainly encourage folks to take care of their own needs. So tonight we're looking at Lone Star governance, going back particularly to focus on our student outcome goals, looking at constraints and constraint progress measures and goal progress measures as well. So let's call your attention to this slide. Maybe.
She has it.
Oh, we switched, go ahead. There we go, thank you. Appreciate it. So we're going to start by a quick review of Lone Star governance for those that have attended the training, which is the board and the superintendent. And we'll also begin looking at the goal setting process, which includes vision 1 and 2 from the manual, and you have copies of that in front of you. We're going to be looking at root cause analysis, identifying the goals, and beginning the conversation around goal progress measures. We'll talk a little bit about monitoring calendar. Then we'll repeat that process, talking about constraints and constraint progress measures, which involve vision 3 and 4 from the manual. Looking at the monitoring calendar, and then importantly, talking about what the next steps are, which is the adoption of the student outcome goals, the goal progress measures, constraints, and constraint progress measures. We're going to accelerate that because we're headed towards April the 17th, if not sooner, because I know that's the next regularly scheduled board meeting. And at that time, you'll also be doing the board quarterly self-evaluation with a focus on January through March. So as I think at the last meeting, we talked about the idea that, remember, you guys will have attended, everybody would have been to Lone Star governance. We will have, hopefully by that time, adopted the goals. So those numbers that were not necessarily indicative of everything we've done should be much further along as we look at that. So that's the work that is in front of us this evening. So shift in school board and system focus. Obviously, this is familiar to all who have attended Lone Star governance. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. So we look at ourselves and we look at a system that stretches the adults in the system for the benefit of students and particularly student outcomes. And that becomes the primary focus of our work. So, Lone Star Governance Review. Here's what we're going to do. There are going to actually be, I think it's 9 things, sure. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, can't count. 6 things that are up there. Leadership tape, Genesis of I, a stem that says, when I blank, the benefit to me is, and the cost to students is, and I'm pretending that. Integrity standard, mindset, and I commit to. So we're going to ask all of those who have attended Lone Star Governance, choose one from the list. And take just a moment to think about, so what resonates with you as you recall, as you replay your Lone Star Governance tape of the training. What do you recall about any one of those? Okay, so just, that's an inner conversation you're having right now. We'll give you about a minute to do that before we start the activity.
I'll have to take the Genesis of I.
Okay, so in just a second, what we're going to ask you to do first is share with a partner,
Okay.
and then we're going to have everybody share out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so again, GT group coming ahead, so just, we'll just do, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And sorry, guys. If you want to make it up, you can. We'll let you know whether you're on target. But if you just turn to your neighbor, have that little quick conversation in a minute, we'll all share out.
So we're discussing all of them?
No,
The one
whichever
you
ones you
select,
chose.
Whichever one you select.
Okay.
You want something else? Okay, so we're in the same mindset. I do
Things that you've done in the past. what you
So go ahead and finish those thoughts that you're having, and then we'll come together and share out. Who would like to share first?
If I start,
All right, thank you.
in our discussion, I think we both kind of have the same idea, and because we've been to the training, Genesis is I means that I, as a person, have to take ownership for I'm responsible. So it's like it says, adult behavior doesn't change until adults change, until I change. So to me, that's what the genesis of I means, is that we take ownership and I am responsible.
We take ownership, I take ownership.
I take ownership.
You know we're going to always push
Right,
like that.
exactly.
Always. Thank you for starting us out. Who would be next? Alda?
Thank you. I chose integrity because doing what I have allowed people to expect of me, to the degree that I've allowed them to expect it, by when I've allowed them to expect it. So to me, integrity is very important because once I allow it to, when you gave the examples of the wheel, the spokes in the wheel.
Yes.
Once those spokes start coming out, the integrity of that wheel is not there anymore. So it's very important to have that.
For us, we discussed a lot the two statements. The first one was the I commit to, right? The commitment statement. When you're committing to making the decisions and taking the actions that are geared in the best interest of students first, putting adults second. In our business, since all we deal with is adults, especially at these levels, sometimes it's easy to lose sight of who is it that we're working for, what is our top priority. So the commitment statement is one. The other thing we talked about was reviewing that leadership tape, right? And say, well, why do coaches review the tape all the time with their players? So it really gives you an opportunity to slow down and really analyze what you're doing and what you're working with, and seeing what are the opportunities that you can to where you can tweak what your actions and your behaviors are so that they can go back to the things that you commit to do. So that's kind of the conversation that Mr. Sherman had.
Thank you.
Mandy and I engaged in a few of those stood out to me. They're all extremely important. Leadership, integrity, playing back that leadership tape that Dr. Flores just spoke to. Mandy and I talked about going back and replaying board meetings, right? And identifying opportunities that I can get better or be consistent on that I feel I'm doing well. Leadership, just for me, I feel that that's a really big one. Is leadership is leading by example, blazing a path for others to follow, and then grooming the leaders behind you, right? So I feel that that's important. And integrity, all of that wraps around for me is around integrity, doing the right thing for the right reasons, consistently.
And what you alluded to also is the parallel process that as you're modeling that, what we model tends to then flow to administration, tends to flow then to others, and then ultimately down to the classroom.
Yes. Thank you.
With me and Ms. Carlo, we're partnering there. I, of course, was also at the Genesis of I, but we were also doing the mindset because you have to take on that mindset to own that Genesis of I. So if I'm going to own a decision or if I'm going to own somewhere there in that process, I want to be able to be responsible and accountable and have that integrity when I'm making it. And I know it starts here first.
Thank you. Anyone else? So just a foreshadowing of something to come. That last one I commit to is going to be the ticket out the door. So just letting you know that this evening after we do this work, we're going to ask you back, so what do you commit to? Okay, I commit to, depending on what the work is, okay, something. So just a foreshadowing for you to, so we don't catch you off guard, for you to know that in the next, whatever, however long it takes us, that's what we're going to be doing at the end. So, belief, strategies, and vision. Okay, so I want to do a very quick review of each of those. And these are things that were taken from AE Local, your policy that was adopted back October 10th of 2018. Okay. So the next slide shows core beliefs. So first it says, we believe in constructive engagement of the school community for the success of our district. That's one core belief. Now, at the time that these were adopted, not everyone here was on the board. So just want to make sure that we give an opportunity to ask these questions. Are these still things that are core beliefs for you guys and for the community? That's what we're going to ask. Okay, so that was the first one. We're going to read through them and then we'll open it up for conversation.
The second one, we believe in a strong support system for the school community to achieve excellence.
The next one, we believe that innovative and challenging experiences for all students produce successful learners.
We believe that trusting relationships among the school community are essential to student success.
We believe that an inclusive school culture promotes positive student development and voice.
We believe strong and effective student and adult leadership is essential to build a culture of high expectations.
So first question is, does that resonate with you as a board member?
I have a question I'd like clarity on. The second to the last bullet that says, we believe that an inclusive, quote-unquote, school culture promotes positive student development and voice. Can someone tell me what does inclusive encompass?
We can take a stab at it.
Okay.
What we have to honestly tell you is the board adopted those, they came up with them, and I believe they came from the strategic planning process that you engaged in. So either one of us can give an opinion, but it would simply be our opinion. We weren't at a table.
Well, it was a while, so
So-
maybe, and I think,
Here we go, we have a volunteer.
yes, I think Joel were here, I think Denise is here, most of them, I don't think Amy is here, so she may be on the,
Right, so we'll use the phone a friend option.
yes. That would be
Could you
good.
please help us with the history of that?
The inclusivity, the discussions that we had with regards to the inclusivity had to do with the different, I guess, identities of students we work with in the schools. So regardless of your income levels, race, ethnicity, gender, identification, any of those pieces, it didn't matter who you were, you're a human being and you're included in all the processes, everything we do as a campus. So there was no exclusion because of any reason whatsoever. So the inclusivity was important, not only for the children, but also for the adults as well. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that particular one was student-driven, where the students are participating in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that,
Point, I'm sorry.
that was from, at all campuses, correct, at all grades?
Yes, district-wide, yes, sir. Yes, these are for the entire district.
So these core beliefs were derived from the strategic planning that started a couple of years ago, I believe, and I remember participating in it last year. They were reviewed again last year with community members, with teachers, students, parents, administrators, you know, it was, we had like 4 different ones, right?
Yes, business and community.
So it was several of those. And it was determined that those core beliefs still applied as of last year. So my understanding now is we're going to engage the community in new core beliefs. How are we going to do that?
So the purpose of this and the reason we bring it to the table is to make sure that, number one, we at least have a conversation about it, because not everybody at the table was involved in the development. In order to ask just exactly the kind of question that Connie asked about, so when we use that word, what did we need? When did we, I mean, we've all slept since then. And the question I think that comes back to us is when we look at this document and you look at that master's focus, it says, how do we ensure broad community support of our vision, mission, our beliefs, those kinds of things? So it should be not a one and done. And I heard, Elder, you say, we started it, we continued it, this last spring we did that. So I think a question then becomes, how is this part of a continuous improvement process that we're still checking to make sure this is important to, not only to us, because you guys will change, okay, but our community, as our community changes. I appreciate that you chose one that the students had input into. I mean, it's just really reinforcing that it's about voice, and the students brought that to the table. So knowing that, to me, makes that even more powerful. So it's not necessary for you guys to change any of these things as much as, yeah, if you decided to do that, then I think it begs the question, so what's the process we're going to use? But if we don't have the conversation about it, and we'll just go, well, there are words, yeah, I think so, it's, you know, it's somewhere. There's a reason you guys read the call to action every meeting, because it's something you'll believe in. So.
And I think that was the whole gist of this, is that when they first started the strategic meetings, I was the only one that's still here that was on the board that started this. And then as Elda and Lewis came on, then they were part of the second review of the strategies. And then now we're adding new board members, and now we're revisiting again. So I think it's good that they be revisited, not only when we have new board members, but frequently, just to see if this is still something that the board sees and believes in. Do they need to be changed or not? And I don't think the intent is to come in and do a complete overhaul, but I think the intent is to, so the new board members can be familiar with what is out there, because they're going to have to approve and adopt it.
Right, so this is not currently adopted, okay? So this is just an opportunity to bring it back, and you're exactly right. In fact, part of the team building every year is you go back over vision, goals, mission, board operating procedures, the whole thing is to make sure, A, is there any change, if any, B, truthfully, because that's a leadership tape, really. This is what we said, is that still the play that's going on as we actually interact as a board, etc. So it's a way for us to circle back, absolutely.
Right, and I think that's what's most important. I feel like that's most important to me, is that we not only revisit to see if these are still viable, are they ongoing, do we need to change, do we keep moving forward, but are we executing, right? Like, you know, we can sit around and have workshops all day long and write stuff down on paper and raise our hands and adopt them, but are we putting forth the effort to actually execute the play that we draw up, right? And then how do we measure that? How do we go back and say we're executing properly, or we need to execute better going forward? That's what's most important to me. I'm not, we can write stuff down on paper, but are we going to do what we say we're going to do?
And I appreciate you bringing that up, because you're going to hear this recurring theme this evening, which is what's the evidence that supports that?
Right.
Because that's really what you're talking about. Are we walking the talk?
Right.
Okay. And it's based on when we did this, or when I did that, all of that. So yes, absolutely, it's not just words.
And those, you look at those quarterly through your self-evaluation also.
So if the board is reviewing right now these quarterlies, and we're going to be reviewing our vision and our goals, before we adopt, what is going to be the evidence that we had community engagement in all of this?
Well, I think what I heard was initially it started, I'm sorry, 2-3 years ago? Is that?
15 or 16, right?
The strategic design.
Oh, the year 15, I thought 15 years ago. No, 2015. Okay, 2015, okay, thank you. Sorry, it's like, okay. And then you said there was a second review last year.
Yes.
With the community, with all those
Just like the first
stakeholders.
time.
Right, because that's part
We
of it.
had over 48 members.
Right, that was as late as last year. So was there a plan that it's going to be reviewed periodically?
Yes, and actually, the initial adoption was spring of 2015. Then fall of 2016, we came together down in the auditorium and we revisited. And then again in spring of 2018, we brought in the consulting firm that helped us.
Engage.
Yes, Engage to Learn, and we revised them an additional time. So it's actually been 3 times.
Okay, so is that sufficient to say that based off of that, these are the core beliefs in our mission and vision without, continuing any more community engagement? I'm not sure. I quite
Well,
understand.
ideally, we want to ideally, we would like to bring it back next fall. I think would be a good time to bring in the community again, as many stakeholders as possible, to see if in fact these are still viable for us.
Right.
And that they're still meaningful to where we want to head.
Right.
So here's what I hear in that question. Okay, so there's a formal process, so it looks like there's a next step coming. I think that kind of putting in what you just said is how do we embed this very idea every time we engage, every time we're talking to people? Are we thinking about these? Do we use that as an opportunity to talk to people about, this is, what you said sounds like a core belief we have, or what you're saying doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, it's an opportunity as individual board members to reflect on that. So I think it's an organic process, ongoing, and everybody kind of talked about that. How are we always checking? It's always on the radar screen. It may not be all formal, okay? But it's how are we, because remember, the board reflects the vision and values of the community. So how do you get that? Ongoing conversation and visitation. So does that help? I think there's formal steps on it, but I think there's an informal process as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear for me, that will continue to be a process where we will have that community engagement along the way as we move forward with these divisions.
I think that what's important here is that we had once again, a process in place, right? That we took the strategic design meeting, which was made up of a lot of stakeholders. We took what was important out of those meetings and came up with some beliefs. And all together, after those things, we started doing board-led community meetings. The superintendent would come out and have meetings to either support certain ideas or certain things that we're implementing that was going to support the core beliefs or what have you. And so I think those things we haven't, under the current administration, which we got a new superintendent, and under the current board, which we got new board members, we have not continued that yet. But that's, I think, how we continue to involve the community stakeholders in the process is we go out there and we meet with them. When we talk to them and we go over these beliefs in one shape or form or another, and getting the superintendent on board with these beliefs, right? Because he's new and he hasn't probably had the opportunity to meet with us as a board yet, so that he can say, okay, I believe this is how I'm achieving this. And so 6 months into your tenure, I think it's probably a little overdue that we're having this conversation, because if we're wanting answers to some of this, you haven't had time to kind of get us those answers.
Right.
So I think this is the beginning of that conversation, but there's ways already that we communicate these. We just haven't done it yet. We just haven't continued that yet under the new board and under the new administration. I think it's a process that we gotta just get back into.
So what I'm hearing basically, I'm sorry.
I want to know how often that community engagement was.
Well, we started on last
Well, I know,
year.
but like, where, I remember going to Dwight, when the board did one. And I
That was
don't know when
Connie's.
the board, and you were with the stores, and then I don't remember one before that. How far was the one from that one?
We did 3 of them. We started at Shepherd,
And then
and then
It
we
was
did
board lit, or it was?
Boardlet. And
That
then
was,
we did one at
That's all I
Samora.
want to know.
We did one at Samora, and the
Right.
last one that we did it at Dwight.
but that was the first year that we actually started that. We had not done those before. That was the first time that we had those board-led community meetings, so we had 3.
Right. And that's a process that we put in place.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, I-
Because of the basic reason that we need to engage the community more, and we weren't. And that was one of the ways that we felt like we could do it.
Right.
Under the master's focus of Lone Star Governance, that's what it tells you to engage the community. And so that was one of the ways that we're starting to do that as board members.
Right.
Right.
Board-led community meetings. So that was something new, cutting edge stuff that we were doing as board members, right? And so I think we had a real positive feedback out of those meetings. Ed, you were at a couple of those. I don't remember if y'all were at all of them or not, but
We had full
I think we had packed, cafeterias, and we had good two-way dialogue. That's a deal where it's not like citizens to be heard, where it's just a one-way conversation. They could ask questions, they could get answers. Administration could answer if they wanted on the spot. I mean, whatever the stuff that we can't normally do at board meetings, we could do at those settings. And so that's why it was real valuable and important.
And
Yeah,
to the
I
board's-
actually visited the website and I downloaded the previous presentation. I couldn't find the other 2. My interest was, like Mr. Flores just mentioned, is from the first one to the third one, I think it was in October, end of October sometime, was the only one. So I wanted to see.
Right when you got,
Right.
Right, so I took the initiative to go out there and take a look and see, and the substance of that stuff was good, and some of the questions and answers were good. So my interest was, how did we get to that third meeting? How was it when we started, and how did it get down to that third meeting? That's what I wanted to take a look at.
So there were 3 different topics. Okay, so they weren't the same topic. It was actually 3 different topics that the board decided were important to the community. The first one had to do with financial. The second one had to do with accountability, and the third one had to do with Lone Star governance, if I recall those correctly. And because, remember, Lone Star governance, remember, is about stretching the adult behaviors. The board did that very thing in terms of going from 0 to 3 over one semester. Truthfully, you were doing them like every other month. So that was a huge investment on the part of the board. It was also a way of getting that hearing from the community, because there were index cards, there were questions, there was exactly everything that y'all have discussed. So what I'm taking away from this portion of it, what we're hearing is that you want to continue to commit to that continuous improvement of not just one venue of the board meeting, but here's this other venue where we're getting this. And we have the strategic planning, we're also getting some multiple, which is in the spirit of that master's focus about how do we ensure broad community support. Okay? That's reflective of where, and of course, people are, it's not everybody's going to be saying the same thing. You're going to hear all kinds of different things, but how are we ensuring that broad support?
And using this as that starting point, by just reviewing these, looking at them, asking questions like you did, Ms. Prado?
Do you need us to discuss every one of those bullets, or do you just need a confirmation from each one of us that we agreed to the core beliefs?
The latter, okay?
The latter.
The latter, which means, is there anybody that this gives heartburn to, or saying, I think we're really way off here, or whatever? Because I think for some of you, it may be the first time you're seeing them, I don't know. I just want to make sure that we've had an opportunity, we, meaning the board, has had an opportunity to look at those. And if you haven't seen this is your first time, that's fine. It's still a way to test it with the community and your interactions as you're moving forward.
I only say that, and for me, that we should hold on to those core beliefs because we have reviewed them as late as a year, or a little less than a year, when we did
That's great.
the review of the strategic plan, when we brought in all those stakeholders. So it's not 2 or 3 years. told. It is very recent.
These aren't locked in. This isn't like a 2-year contract or,
No.
you know. My interest is, you know, again, it goes back to putting something on paper, implementing it, and what results are we getting back. So I guess my question, my curiosity is how do our core beliefs, our core beliefs and our strategies, how is that tying into the academic, because it's student outcomes, right?
Right.
How is that tying into the student outcomes that we're getting with the information we have available to us now? So is it a valid question and valid to say, are our core beliefs getting us to student outcomes? And the reason I say that is because Dr. Hernandez, we brought up the question of inclusiveness, right?
Mhm.
And he mentioned the different, different groups of students that we have,
Right.
which is where we're lacking, is closing the gaps. It addresses exactly that. So is it fair to say that all those things are locked in together?
So I think the question I would ask is, so do the core beliefs align, okay, with what our strategies, what our goals are, okay? Because core beliefs are things that people believe. I mean, you don't tell them to change their beliefs. I mean, but what we're trying to see here is, did we accurately capture that? And if the answer is, yes, we think we have, then we start looking to see how do things line up, okay? And then ultimately, then, are we getting the results that we need that kind of align with this, okay? It's a little bit different than measuring core beliefs. Is you're not going to get the X to Y to Z kind of thing, because those are philosophical, emotional, and that's a little hard to
So
measure.
vision, this is more about vision and what you take from your community and say, this is what
Right.
we want to see.
Right, but there's nothing up here that should be. Here's the red flag. You have stuff up here, and then you're looking at what you're doing, and you're going, for example, totally, this is a Region 21 behavior. So what they would do is they would say, oh, you know what? This whole thing about inclusivity didn't work for us. Let's just focus on, these 5 kids or whatever, okay? That behavior doesn't match that bullet that you asked about, you know? I think in Region 21 is that university where they did something similar to getting kids in, but paying for them. Just saying. So that would be where that behavior doesn't line up.
Right.
Okay.
Basically, is what I, as an adult, see as my beliefs. It's my beliefs.
We're trying to change that, because that's not, when you believe, those are core beliefs.
Well, because it says we believe,
Right.
so it's all of us
Right.
together
Right.
decide that that's what we believe.
It's fair to call them the core beliefs like a lens.
Yeah.
It's not about memorizing.
Right.
It's about all your interactions, all your behaviors, how we work with each other, where we're moving the district, the decisions that we're making that are reflected in those pieces. These are just pretty much the lens that you see the entire problem, the entire spectrum of what we do, which makes us an organization, a successful organization or not, and rooted on what the community finds important. Not necessarily what the players find important, because the whole effort of getting community engagement was to bring them together and to go ahead and say, this is what we as a community want for you, the people that are leading your education organization to honor and to follow. Then that's kind of the way I see those core beliefs. I may have my own personal beliefs about something, but I'm about respecting and honoring the beliefs of the community, because they went through the time and the effort to say this is what we care about. And so that becomes the lens through where all decisions and all actions that are taken are made. I mean, that's just my personal take on what I see when I see core beliefs and values. But
Yeah, and then you take and build and the processes around how we can achieve some of those beliefs.
And it's alignment, a lot of alignment. Are we living this?
Right.
And I think I'm in agreement that it's an ongoing, because I believe somebody mentioned the community changes, board members change. So beliefs, core beliefs may evolve.
Absolutely,
So-
absolutely.
So what we hadn't mentioned through that process, the organization, I guess, Engage to Learn, that came in and did it, conducted focus groups, conducted surveys, conducted all this information that was community-wide, and then was narrowed down to teachers, to students, to administrators, to central admin. So there were various inputs with regards to the information that was taken. And so with all that information, they provided data. And so the 48 members that were a part of the first process, and we did it the second process, We took that information to identify what was important to the community as a whole, which included students, teachers, everybody else. And that's where a lot of these derive from, which what Dr. Flores was mentioning. This is a matter of behavior. How do we choose to conduct ourselves when we're doing business?
Right.
You know, in the classroom, in the hallways, in meetings, in everything that we engage in, this is what we believe we should promote with regards to culture, inclusivity, you know, equality, and constructive engagement and things of that nature. We can have that difficult conversation and understand that we're all working towards the same goal. Right? So that's the premise of where all this stuff came from, was that input from community at large and then narrowing down to those focus groups. And so that's where all that stuff came from. So it wasn't even, it was driven by the community.
I have a question now that you're saying all this and going back to what Mr. Rodriguez is saying. My question is, and probably to Elda and Luis, because they were on this last strategic committee. I was in the very first one. So what the first group came up with was then presented to the second group. So my question is, when it was reviewed the second time, were there changes at that time to the core beliefs?
Right, and we would say that interestingly, these core beliefs were still meaningful, and so there was some change in language. Constructive, I believe, was put in place for engagement, and we wanted it to be positive. So the committee was the committee as a whole wanted certain language, and believe you can think of any others that might have changed. But
There were a number, but there were a number of changes throughout the entire thing. So, right.
It could be then, when we do our next review with the group, strategic group, that could change again.
Absolutely.
So, a couple of things. Again, this isn't about taking an action and saying yes or no. This is just about bringing, because I suspect you probably heard some things tonight that maybe you weren't aware of in terms of, so what brought us to this point, how did this happen, how did, this sort of thing. Which is, again, that collaboration that we're talking about between board administration. A consideration moving forward is, as you start the next, is how do we include the entire board, okay? So it's not just, 2 or 3, because then if that person goes off or whatever, I mean, it's just, are there ways to consider that? Not a decision for tonight, but just, again, it's that ongoing collaboration.
I think that's an excellent idea. I think because then the other members of the board don't get to be a part or hear what's actually being said by the students, by the community, by the business community. All we get is the final product. So I agree with you, Ed,
Right.
totally. I think if there's a way that the whole board can be a part of that strategic planning for the next time, I think that would be great.
Sure. Or a work session on it or something. There's ways to.
Excuse me, Connie, but my understanding is that everyone was invited to be part of the strategic plan. All the board members were invited to be part of the strategic plan, but only those that could make it made it. So it wasn't like only a select group was invited. Everyone was invited.
Okay. So again, just something for the board to consider.
Thank you.
I have,
I'm sorry.
there's one that probably on that core beliefs that sticks out to me.
Mhm.
And it says that we believe that innovative and challenging experiences for all students produce successful learners. And I'm Genesis of I right here. I will wear and own what you do, because the innovation and the experiences for the students are going to come because you all are the closest to that point. If it's the teachers or, you're directly in contact with counselors, or Dr. Flores in charge of everybody, I will own that and I will wear it and say, I trust you and believe in you to do that job. And so to me, that innovation belongs there, and the challenging of the students to learn is there, but I own it because they're telling me this is what they're doing, and I know that I will support it. And of course, then comes those student outcomes and all that stuff. So I wanted to say that.
So I'd like to add that's because of that core belief. I believe the Choice Academies and the early college, those types of programs have evolved as a result of listening to the community's areas that they want us to focus on.
Right. District strategies. Again, we'll ask for volunteers. Somebody read that first one. Remember, this whole idea is just to make sure we have conversation around them, not necessarily that we're going to, please, let's not go wordsmith, okay? Or else we'll be here tomorrow working on that. The first two, okay? So, Louis, want to read?
Right, sure. We will engage all school community members through transparency and effective communication to promote a positive perception and create a strong brand.
Someone, next one?
We will establish a system of extraordinary customer service to attract and retain members of our community.
We will develop a strong support system that will provide meaningful and innovative instruction that promotes critical thinking and problem solving.
We will build partnerships with businesses and the community to promote parental involvement, support opportunities for school success, and increase student attendance and enrollment.
We will promote and ensure a safe and secure learning environment for all students.
And I think looking at these, it's another one of those lenses that you look at. Am I supporting this? Questions on this one? So let's take a look at the vision statement. Could someone read the vision statement, please?
All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives in the future they create.
I think it's a good statement.
It's so good, y'all read it every meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, y'all call it, not a vision statement, you call it
Call to action.
call to action. Interesting. Just a point of, to pull back and think about playing the leadership tape. So what just happened was a pattern, right? Someone started and I guess I'm next. Right?
Right.
Natural.
Well, in the absence, remember we talked about this at training, in the absence of being aware of patterns, patterns take hold. So it was like, it's better be ready, read the next one, okay? And guess what? That's what happens in classrooms, right? Okay, so just an observation. So we're good with vision statement, anybody? Okay. So goals. If you would, can we go ahead and take a look? We have this page, Vision 1. Can we just take a quick look at this before we delve into this? So in that first column, inputs, outputs, outcomes, remember we've talked about that before. Remember it was in the context of the peanut butter jelly sandwich, you know, the ingredients or the inputs, the outputs, you know, the weight and the size and how many, and the outcomes, do I feel satisfied? Okay. Remember also at the training we talked about the inputs are the work of the superintendent. Okay.
And those are things notable at the beginning of the cycle.
And then the outputs are like the monitoring pieces, so we know how are we doing? Are we going there? And obviously the outcomes, the one and done. Did we reach our goal? Okay. The reason I wanted to start here was look at the neat focus column. And you look at the last little paragraph there. The board relied on a root cause analysis, comprehensive student needs assessment, and or similar research-based tool to inform identification of prioritization of potential student outcome goals. That's actually the first domino, okay? But it doesn't look that way, the way this is laid out, okay? And the root cause analysis is the primary responsibility of administration. Because I know you guys have all this extra time to go through all those taper reports and the 10 years of data and all the kind of things that just these people just love and smile about. See, they're smiling right now. So it's their job to kind of synthesize that and bring it back and say, okay, based on these things, here's kind of what we're seeing. So the root cause analysis becomes the first step in the process of saying, okay, here's what the patterns suggest in terms of student performance. And remember, the student outcome goals are things that we believe that if we invest in and monitor, will have returns that are ones that will lift the district. Okay. Remember also, we talked about the iceberg, that underneath the water you still have your district and your campus improvement plans that go on for pages and pages and pages that y'all don't need to worry about. You hit it on the head when you said, we trust that these folks are putting in the innovative programs, that kind of thing. We're still going to get some information from them, but we don't need to know about every move that Ed in the third grade classroom is doing when he changes his lesson plans or he does. That's somebody else's job, but we want to know the impact of it, okay? So we're going to just do 2 slides right now. This is the first, but we're going to spend a lot of time on these 2. So the goal process really begins with a root cause analysis. So what we've asked staff to do through Dr. Flores is to, okay, so help us, okay? Pour through all of that stuff. Tell us what are the big rocks, if you will, in terms of where the district needs to head, in terms of student academic performance.
Yeah. And so the staff obviously has worked really hard in not only the development of the current goals, they did the root cause analysis, the comprehensive needs assessment, but also looking at, are these things still applicable for us? And what, does these things still ring true for us moving forward, and what kind of goals we want to set? So I know that Dr. Nava and the team worked really hard at kind of helping create a presentation that's going to help articulate those root cause analysis and those needs and what led to the development of the goals.
Thank you. So first, let me start by saying good evening and allowing us to be part of this session. I know it's not often that staff and trustees get to interact and really have conversations about the work that's happening. So thank you for that. And listening to the work that has already happened, know that we also understand that, the most critical part of any type of strategy is the translation from that strategy into reality. We know that, right? It's the action pieces. So part of our root cause analysis and items that we definitely looked at was STAR data, historical STAR data, common assessments, data pattern, data trends. We definitely also looked at accountability, what the state is now asking school districts to adhere to, and what definitely constitutes ratings, so on and so forth. So before we get into the actual proposed goals that we have here to talk about today, I think it's important that we spend a little bit of time in honoring and respecting the past work that trustees that have been here have put into the current goals. So I'm going to default to Ms. De Leon to talk to us a little bit about how we got to our current state, right? And then from there we'll move forward. So, Ms. De Leon.
Thank you, Dr. Nava. So again, I'd like to start off to say we are immensely proud of how far we've come. I think over 2 years ago is when we embarked on this journey of Lone Star governance, and we've done a lot of learning over the course. We've had to massage now. We are going to be, proposing to you some goals to consider, and so this is our 3rd shot at it. And so again, I like to say that we are immensely proud of how we've come together, admin and board of trustees, and literally I think over the last 2 years we have worked alongside of each other, and shoulder to shoulder revising these goals. So that, therefore, I think that makes us, we can say that we're official pioneers of Lone Star governance, everyone at this table, and so, and every year we get better. So I'd like to start off that in January of 2017, at the onset of Lone Star governance, we began to develop the first student outcomes, superintendent's constraint measures, as well as, and then the board developed their board constraints. Our intent at the time was to increase rigor in the classroom, and we wanted to infuse lessons with a depth of knowledge. So therefore, as a team, collectively, we decided to focus on post-secondary readiness, and also the goal was to increase student outcomes at the master's level. Again, making those instructional changes to instructional practices, and again, developing rigorous lessons. That was the focus at the time. Last summer, after we did the strategic design, board members and administration, campus principals, central office administrators, and everyone at this table came together, again, shoulder to shoulder with board members, and we did the second revision of the student outcome goals. Again, being more specific, the first time we focused on post-secondary readiness, which is high school, then math and student outcomes across grade levels. And so last summer, to be more strategic, we decided to focus on 3rd, 5th, and 8th grades. So again, we wanted to streamline the focus. Tonight, we're going to come together with you again and look at our next proposal, and we're going to this time be even more strategic and more focused.
Thank you. So we have 3 proposed goals that we are going to talk to you about today. But one of the biggest things that came from our root cause analysis is organizational alignment. Is we want to make sure that our organization is aligned to student outcomes, to state outcomes, expectations, and to our current efforts and investments that this school board has made. I know that coming in, there's been a huge investment in early childhood. I know that there's definitely been a huge investment in balanced literacy. So we want to capitalize on those investments that the board has made in past years and really align them to what the state is proposing or what they're already expecting us to do. So the 3 areas, we're ready for yeah, that's okay. So the 3 areas that go along with the alignment of long-term governance goals and state initiatives is the first that we're going to talk about is college career military readiness. And so we have a team that's going to talk a little bit about what that is and what the expectations are. And then we definitely will talk a little bit about the community partnership grant and its focus on 3rd grade reading, that focus. And then reading and math outcomes, I'm sorry. And then also the current talks about House Bill 3 with its focus on early childhood literacy plans. But we're also going to talk about how the district has already invested in those things. So aside from what takes place on House Bill 3, whether it moves forward or not, we still feel that early intervention and early investments in early childhood literacy is going to pay us dividends. And so we have some information that's definitely going to show that. So the first one out is going to be CCMR. So we have Ms. Basadilla to talk about CCMR. And again, these are proposed goals.
Thank you. So first, just to point out the document that I passed out first, it'll show you the progression of the first set of goals that we had, and then the current goals that we have are under where it says recommended goals. So those are the current goals that we currently have. So just to show you the progression that we've had in the past and how they've gotten more specific from the first set to our current, and how with this next round that we're currently proposing, we're just simply getting more specific, like Dr. Nava said, to our current initiatives. So as you look at our CCMR goals, our new proposed goal for student outcome 1, the percentage of graduating students who meet at least 1 college career military readiness, that's our CCMR, indicator will reach and maintain at 45% by the 2023 school year. So our current baseline is 35%, which was our result for the 2016-2017 school year. They came out on the 2018 accountability. So to kind of explain that, we're always a year behind on the accountability system, so that's why it's based on the 16-17 school year. And the 45% goal, we came up with that from our comparable group. So every year, our high school is compared to a certain number of high schools based on their demographics. So we looked at what their CCMR data was based on their 16-17 school year to see not only where they performed, but also where our comparable groups in San Antonio performed, and looked at where we would be as far as we wanted to be in the top 2 quartile. And so that's how we set our goal. Looking at similar students, similar demographics, we wanted to make sure that students like ours, schools like ours, is how we were setting our goal. So that's how we came up to the 45%. Going into why college, career, military readiness. So, why did we pick CCMR to focus our goals on? So we explained our progression of goals were getting more and more specific. One of the reasons why we wanted to stick with CCMR is because our research shows us that focusing on CCMR will greatly help our graduates. So dual enrollment students immediately enroll in college after graduating from high school at a rate that is 19% points higher than the national average. So focusing our efforts in continuing the dual enrollment in our high school will help them after graduation. We've seen that with our early college. We've seen that with our health science academy. So focusing on that dual credit effort, which could be a part of the CCMR efforts. 81% of dropouts say relevant real-world learning opportunities would have kept them in high school. Part of CCMR could be the certification opportunities that's built into our CTE program, where students have internships and they have the certification opportunities. So those real-world learning opportunities are built into that CCMR component as well. The average high school graduation rate for students concentrating in CTE programs is 93%, compared to an average national freshman graduation rate of 80%. So our graduation rate is another thing, obviously, that we've wanted to focus on for years. So focusing on the CCMR component, again, with our CTE program where we have 21 pathways, it's a natural alignment for us to focus on. It's an area that we're strong, and it can help us in an area that we've wanted to increase for years. Over 75% of secondary CTE concentrators pursued post-secondary education shortly after high school. So again, we're looking at areas in our high school where we have invested a lot. We have, again, 21 different pathways in our high school curriculum as far as CTE. We have our early college high school, we have our health science academy. So areas where we have a lot of opportunity that can help us increase in other areas where we've wanted to focus on, as far as our high school graduation rate, helping our students be successful post-secondary as far as getting into college, completing their high school, completing college, all of that being aligned.
May I ask a question? Are the numbers that you're showing, are those true numbers for the 16-17 year?
The 35%?
The numbers you're showing us now, the dual credit, dual enrollment.
Oh, those are just.
These are not specific to South End, these are just statistics.
Okay, I was going to say that.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Statistics.
Yes,
We will accomplish that.
we will.
I think it's important, real quick, to go over probably the backdrop information for new board members here, just to kind of get a sense of why we even picked these goals with Ms. De Leon, Ms. Castro, Dr. Saavedra, and the whole team when we first set them. Because I think it's important to know why we even got there. Because as a board's, the initial conversations that we were having, that's something that never happened up until the point till we kind of did Lone Star governance and started focusing on what it was, you know, the student outcomes. So the backdrop is that we took over, or we attended in January 17, we attended Lone Star governance voluntarily. And after that, through rigorous implementation of the Lone Star governance into our board procedures, we started making partnerships, and when we went to conventions and stuff, we met people, got real involved in student outcomes, and because of that, we became part of the system of great schools. And through LSG and SGS, really started to focus on student outcomes. And because of that focus, we set goals that were student outcome driven. And because we felt as a board at the time, but as a committee, because me, Elda, and Angie were on the committee that set the initial goals, that post-secondary readiness was really important. What kids were doing after high school and how we were preparing them for that was really important. And then math and reading as basic skills were very important. And so we collaborated with admin and we came up with what were the initial goals for the superintendent at the time. And it was a starting point. It was something that we had never done in collaboration with admin. And it was something that was supposed to be tweaked along the way and make sure that, you know, it was being attained and all those things that make it smart. And so I say that because it's not that those goals were set in stone. It was something that we did initially as an experimentation, as something to say, you know what, we're really student outcome focused right now. We want to focus on education. We want to focus on the kids. And that had never been a real focus of the board. When we did that, I think it paid big dividends in what we saw in our education after that. I think the processes that got put in place, the way we get reported on, and what we get reported on is all through that initial board setting goals with admin. And I think it's still an evolving thing that needs to be looked at, you know, every 6 months, every year, whatever it is, so that we can tweak it and make sure that it's being effective. But that was a starting point. And so it's a discussion that needs to be had, which is why we were really calling for this, so that the new superintendent could either be on board or not with these goals, because he's eventually going to be the one that's held accountable for either reaching them or not reaching them. And so that's why we're here today, and I think it's important to know how we got here, so I just felt like I should explain that. And if there's any questions on that part of it, because I think this is all great, and this is kind of where we're at now, but we have new board members here that maybe didn't understand where we were at back then.
I want to say something. I know I am a new board member, okay? But I am representative of a community, a certain part of the district. And I will say this. This is foreign language, some of the low-income families. It's foreign. They don't know what's happening. And I said this during training. I said, all they see is a degrading. And how long have we been doing this? If this was something that was introductory and it was embraced a few years ago, and then last year, now we have this rating, and everybody says, well, this is the components and this and that and all these. To Joe and Mary that are on Spat Street, and it's the longest, one of the longest roads out there with the least communication because they have flip phones. Some of them do. And they see, man, what's wrong with our school? That we have a D, and the newspaper says that we're the second lowest performing school district. You know, what's going on there? Because it is foreign language, and coming in here and wanting and trying to embrace Lone Star governance and what it's supposed to do. I want to understand it. I want to embrace it, but I want to be able to translate it to regular Joe and Mary that have questions about it. Because during training, I will tell you, I did say I appreciate the work that every teacher, administrator, superintendent that's putting into this. You know, I remember saying that. You know, and I want to understand, but and of course convey it to them. You know. But again, I am a new board member because they keep referring to me that. You know, instead of being a board member and maybe being part of the community and being a part of board meetings. You know, I sat on this side and said, I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm going to try to understand the best I can. Now that I'm in here, I'm understanding. Okay, so again, I have to say I do appreciate your work. Okay, and it's not going to be easy, but when you have a base, right, from where we started and where we want to be, you know, I want us to wear the better letter grade, you know, so I'm hoping that this system works, because all I see is, from what I've been sitting on this side, is, I can't say it's failure because everybody's working, but, you know, we're gonna hopefully trend up, and that's what I'm believing in.
I appreciate that feedback, Mr. Flores, and I can tell you that Dr. Flores is always conscious and reminds us that we were all teachers first. And so we have a fiduciary responsibility to teach, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about what CCMR is and what that entails, all that, so that we all have a better understanding on what that is. So he's giving us that direction that whenever we're out speaking to community members, parents, that we're taking the time to listen first, right? Instead of cutting people off and getting quick to solution mode. Listen first, listen to understand, right? And then be able to provide the feedback that they need. And if it's information, then we need to be transparent and provide that information. So we knew that moving into this, and so we're going to talk a little bit about what CCMR all entails and what that looks like. So if you can give us a chance to do that.
I am. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you because, you know, I'm being alluded to you as if I'm not trying to learn.
No.
And I'm sitting on, because I've been on this side and understand, but now I understand even more. I'm reading it.
Yeah.
I know what our current goals are, and of course, this is so that we can move forward, right?
And
We
believe me,
want to train it up.
I'm learning today too, as Dr. Flores alluded to. I've not attended the training, and I will.
Yes.
Yeah. So I will have to be there. So I'm learning the long-term governance model as well, right? So yes.
But if I can also say, we also pick CCMR because when it gets to our letter grade, it hits us in domain 1, 2B, and 3. So that's why we focused on that part because it's a big part of our letter grade.
Right.
So we were very
Hence the
specific
alignment.
in picking that one.
I have a question, but I have a question for the committee. The goals were for 5 years. Is there a reason why we went 5 years instead of like 3 years?
I think I think the original, on the approaches, it says that they should be no fewer than 3 and no more than 5. So I think we took the longer approach just to, because some of the percentages, like on math and reading, it's hard to attain big jumps in the percentages year to year. So it's better to have a 5-year goal on that. I mean, we collaborated on it, and that's kind of what we felt like at the time.
Our way of thinking was that we would rather make small increments to get in the
To a
5
bigger
years
percentage, yeah.
than have huge steps within the 3 years to get.
Which may not be realistic.
Which
might be realistic.
I think this is a good one to also talk about just from other districts' perspective. Because this is a high school one, you have to think of high school in terms of 4 years at least. Freshmen coming in, you aren't going to see the results for 4 years. But the truth of the matter is, we didn't stop high school while they figured out the new accountability system had started. So we were in the very familiar pattern of, in the middle of telling kids, these are the rules when you introduce a freshman. I know you're a junior now, but now the rules have changed. And so, yeah, we're not doing that endorsement. Now we're doing this endorsement. Meanwhile, I'm using Mandy as an example. She has invested 3 years, and that was really nice. Those were great goals, but they're out. Now we're going to do these goals. So, yeah, that is exactly.
The last one, they don't count now.
That is exactly what has happened. Now, here's the other aspect of it. Then the district, that wonderful lab, but it's obsolete now. We're not going to use that. So now we've got to create a new lab. Let's go find something and all the money, all this other kind of stuff, which is like, that's a whole system change. So I think that's part of something to consider here. We're talking about third grade, we're going to hear later about, well, that didn't start in third grade. It started in pre-K and K and all of that time to go through. So true system change, really, the research says, is 3 to 5 years. A very good example in the state of Texas is the Reading Academies. The Reading Academies started in kinder in the year 2000. Those kids graduated in 2012. That's when the proof came of the work. That's a 12-year wait. Okay? Now, you don't just wait to say, well, how did it go? I mean, there are things along the way. But I mean, that's where that...
Those are goal progress.
Yes, and we're not suggesting you set 12-year goals.
And yearly targets.
Right, but it's that whole idea of system change takes time, okay? And it's a great question, because it's like, oh, it seemed like 5 was good. I mean, because, it depends how far we want to go and how far the stretch goal is. It's why we also review them every year and multiple times within the year, okay?
And just to comment, thank you, Mr. Ibarra, for that summary. I, as well as anyone, understand why we are involved in LSG. I, as well as anyone, understand that we had to make strides quickly, right? So I'm appreciative of the fact that everybody puts in the long hours to get the outcome, the best possible outcomes for our students. So I want to continue. You have my commitment to ensure that I'm going to support you to continue to do that.
That's on your first slide.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. He's jumping ahead.
So, absolutely.
Okay.
So I just kind of wanted to piggyback on what Mr. Ibarra had said at the beginning. Who's to say that it might have been an F instead of a D? We don't know, because one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is that standards and the accountability change. They're constantly changing. So we may be working based on a standard
Today.
2 years ago when we set this, that switched on us the following year, okay? And it's hard to put this in, to explain it, because I remember the time when, it's just, okay, we're here now, we've got it, but guess what? They switched it on you. You've got a different standard now, you've got to meet. And so we determined that the mastery part had to be where you had to really focus on the lower grades to get the upper grades to be successful. So if kids aren't reading by the time they get in third grade, at third grade level, then they're not going to get there. So the early literacy had to start, those teachers had to know that what they're teaching in pre-K, K, first and second is all big. It's very important because it gets measured in third by the state. So now we are looking at, we have this goal, which we're also requiring monitoring and data coming from those classrooms that are in the lower grades, because you're always going to hear teachers saying, well, I really would like to teach kinder because, I don't have that accountability responsibility.
Yeah.
I really would like to teach first grade and second because I don't have to be accountable, Well, you do, but that was the mentality all these years until we started putting the focus and the emphasis on they've got to be readers by the third grade. So guess what? You have to start teaching them reading and math, okay, by the time they get to third grade. They've got to be proficient in those areas. So had we not looked at that and said this is what we are focusing on, this is a goal that we want, then it doesn't happen overnight.
Sure.
So we said it a year or two ago. It's not going to happen next year or this year. It's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the line, because that's when you start seeing the change. Okay, so again, what's to say that if we got a D now, if we hadn't been focusing on what we were focusing, we could have been one of those districts that was an F. That would have been, more devastating. We have a starting point now where we're at, okay? And through the hard work that the staff is doing, and through the goals that we've established, and we keep massaging them, and they keep knowing what to do and how to monitor it, those are the things that are going to help us get there to the B and hopefully the A eventually, years down the line. Okay, but it is really that accountability system, the standards that change on you and they zap you every time. Okay, until you fully focus and concentrate on those outcomes.
And I agree. I want to chime in on Ms. Flores' comments about the D status. I think we had, on the 16-17 school year, we actually, and the staff was real proud, we all made standard. And I think it was 16-17, if I'm wrong, please correct me. We met standard, we had like 27 distinctions. I mean, we were just doing great. So what happened in a year? We had goals, we already started the process, the wheels were turning. So what happened? Where did we fall in a year's time? How did we go from all campuses met standards, 27 distinctions, to a D rating and 5 IR campuses? That boggles my mind. I don't understand.
So
it.
the significant thing was the accountability.
Yes, the
system.
accountability.
The rules changed.
So what happened is they changed the rules in the fourth quarter pretty much. And so all those years that we were being judged on STAR, we were being judged on what we now know as approaches. And that was it. We had some extra points for what is now meets and masters. We had extra points for those, but it was always approaches. And it was approaches, we were happy about being the Met standard. We were getting there. But trying to get the point across sometimes when I was on campus to my staff that, okay, yay, we're Met standard, which is a wonderful reason to celebrate, and it should be celebrated. But when looking like right at where the threshold was, where were the students? The students weren't on the threshold. They were right on the line, just ready to go either way. Then all of a sudden the state, and yes, I mean, it was a huge wake-up call. Then the state decided that, well, now we're going to not judge you on what was just approaches. Now we're going to judge you on your meets and masters. All those are going to be included in that same area where we were just judging you last year on, and that's where we fell down to a D rating, so to speak.
And I think you're right, Denise, is we met standard, but we just met standard. We weren't at a high
Yes.
enough level to maintain that rating when the accountability changed. But then I can empathize with Mr. Cloyes, when the community celebrated, we celebrated
Yes.
27 distinctions, we had banners all over, everybody met standard, and then the following year, what happens?
Yes.
That's hard to explain.
It's very hard to explain, and it's, yeah, and they look at all of us as well, and you look at the schools and what happened, especially when you consider that for the schools that I worked in, a lot of the staff members were the same too. They were still the great teachers that they were when I was there. And so what happened, and that is part of the education part of going in and trying to explain. Because you're right, there's nothing I can say that combats a D in the newspaper, because that's what you see. You wouldn't accept a D, at home, so why would I accept it there? And so we're on an uphill battle on so many things of educating and just being able to explain, and this is one of them, is how to do it. Which is why this is one of the goals we picked, because just like everyone was saying that third grade doesn't start in third grade, it starts in pre-K, CCMR, so it starts in third grade. Because in order to meet the criteria for the college, the career, and the military readiness, you have to take the ASVAB in order to in order to enlist. So it all starts there. So one of the things we're looking at with the accountability ratings is, I just want to remind, like Nicole Dewey did, everyone on where CCMR falls, and it falls everywhere. Beforehand, it hadn't. And so that's another thing. This was a whole new dynamic introduced into the accountability. So in student achievement, which is domain 1, we have 40% of it falls on CCMR. 40% of it. And then on student progress, what we have is we have two parts, and it's the better of the two. So on part A, that's student progress. Well, CCMR has to do with high school level, district level. So when you're looking at student progress, you're looking at if they did better. It's not the same as it is in elementary and middle school. You have your fourth graders who you can compare back to third grade. You have your seventh graders that you can compare back to sixth grade. When it gets to high school, you're a little bit more limited. You have English 2 that you can compare back to English 1. You have your Algebra 1 that you can compare back to 8th grade math. You have that. But so when we look at ours, we actually didn't do as well in Part A as we did in Part B. Part B, the relative performance looks at our economically disadvantaged rate for the district, for the high school, and then it looks at the STAR component from student achievement. So beforehand, the accountability were all piecemeal. They were just one piece. Now they're just just like the columns working together, they just all interwoven. So on Part B, relative performance, it's actually the student achievement from domain 1 coupled with the CCMR again. So now it's just not, yay, we get one domain and, well, that's okay, another one can carry us. It's all interwoven, and it's changing all of our thinking and how we all view things. And then for closing the gaps, it's not in there verbatim. It's in that second one that I have bold, that school quality and student success. So once again, school quality is the CCMR. When you actually read the manual and look at that, that's the CCMR. And the student success is, again, back to student achievement in domain 1. So it's just over and over and over, and which is why we're attacking it the way we are, and why we've started implementing, all throughout the grade levels from pre-K through high school, all these new initiatives and programs, because we're just so intent on making sure we beat the STAR and get back to those levels. I'll go far back. When I was in the classroom, I was with TOS and then TACS, and then, of course, STAR and all. I graduated in routines and everything, so I know a bunch of them. But I want that back for South San. I want that back to where we had our fences when back on TOS we were the recognized. And then, of course, with the old STAR accountability when we were all met standard and had the distinctions, and that's where we're headed right now. But you'll see that it's just interwoven everywhere, both student achievement and the CCMR.
Denise, the CCMR accountability ratings are in the 3 domains. Those are specific to the high school. And that has a great impact on our D rating.
Yes.
But what can you tell me about the IR campuses at the elementary and middle school?
The IR campuses at the elementary and middle school are really based on the student achievement, which are where we're looking at for the next goals about the student achievement part. So because they don't have the CCMR rating, the percentages are different. But at elementary and middle school, it really hits home on student achievement. So when I was telling you about the student progress for the high school and district, because it has CCMR, when you're looking at elementary and middle schools, what you're looking at is you really are looking at student progress. So when we're looking at those grades, how did our fourth graders do compared to last year when they took STAR? Was there that progress, that necessary progress? And that progress is at a meets level. It's no longer, something that was as, I don't want to say attainable, but what was being pushed. Because, of course, we were pushing what the state was pushing. And then the state decided to push something else.
But we barely met.
Yes, yes. And so if I were to do a scatter plot, and that's where my little, my little data person comes up. If I were to do this scatter plot, all my little dots would have fallen right around the line. There may have been a handful, and because I did some scatter plots for myself, there may have been a handful up higher, but basically they were right on that threshold. So we were meeting it, and thank goodness we weren't, because imagine if we weren't.
That's right.
I mean, imagine there were schools out there that were not meeting it. So imagine that. But so for elementary and middle school, it's based on student achievement, which of course is getting them on reading level by third grade, which affects everything. I mean, my goodness, if you haven't looked at some of the release tests and the math problems with the wording, I mean...
Got to be a reader to be able to do
Yeah, you
math.
have to be a reader. You have to be a reader to be able to get through even the math.
Even science.
Oh, science.
Yeah.
And the U.S. history, which the high school does beautifully at, but they don't take a social studies test until 8th grade. And then again, U.S. history. So, I mean, that's why reading and math, are just the foundation of everything.
Can you tell the passion from our research?
I'm glad you brought that up because what I feel most proud of right now, what's making me sit up straight, is I see the passion in her, and I see the commitment, and I see how from, let's just say, call it a year ago, where we weren't as granular as where we're at now.
Right.
And that's why, the focus gets to where we're gonna make those strides, and we've identified where the shortcomings were. But listening to her talk and the passion that it makes, and when she said the words, I want to get South San back to where I want to be recognized, I'm right there with you. That's exactly how I feel every day.
Can I make a quick
So
point?
thank you.
I know we're talking about it. We're the ones that are standing there in the hallways and doing it in the classrooms. What I do want to assure you is that we teach to the master's level.
Yes.
We understand, I should rather say we educate to the master's level through conversations, questioning, and increasing the rigor, the levels of rigor within the instruction. So it's not about, approaches or means, it's about masters. Our question is the level of understanding of the kid with regards to the content, and is that information transferable across all content areas. So for us, it's about students being able to articulate, solve problems, and be able to read through these things. Because even if you look at the 6th grade exams, those things are, even just to read those as an educated adult isn't the easiest thing to get through. And so dealing with varying cognitive levels and understanding all those pieces, we're constantly pushing the envelope and the rigor, which is why what I commend the district on over the last number of years is that whether or not, or regardless of the state increasing requirements, we managed to get there. You increase it, we're there. You increase it, we're there. And at some point, we're going to be well beyond it because we're teaching beyond what the requirements are. But it's just a matter of continuing to push those efforts, which, Denise gives us, and it's literally building a plane as we fly it. Because even when these new standards came out, we didn't know what the calculations were. We didn't know how they were figuring it out. And then once we figure those things out, then we're able to adjust our targets and our focus in order to meet those pieces, while at the same time ensuring that we're educating our kids at the level of whether they choose to go to work, military, college, whatever they choose to do, which is why CCMR is important for us, because every kid's going to be different. Their choice, their options, there's a plethora of options, but we want to ensure that they're prepared for whatever option they choose. They feel confident and comfortable wherever it is they go, and they're able to advocate for themselves at the same time. Because I don't want my kids going out, I say my kids.
Yeah.
We don't want our kids going out there not feeling confident in who they are and not believing in who they are just because they go to a Stanford or a UT or an A&M or because they joined the military. They want officers. They want kids to be able to take leadership roles. And so for us, it's more than just the curriculum. It's about educating the entire child, which the processes we take and we say the longevity is because, for example, what we do and what I look at when we disaggregate the data is we look at first-time test takers. What we've seen over the last, with the instructional initiatives we put in place in high school, we've seen profound increases in the meets and masters level in U.S. history, which is after they've had 3 years of how we teach them. So first year from 8th to 9th grade, a little sketchy, we're getting them there, 10th grade, a little better, but that 11th grade year where they're taking the U.S. history test, and it's all reading and comprehension and inference and all this stuff, you can see the numbers and we've profoundly increased. So that tells us that what we're doing instructionally is working. The question is, how do we get better at it, 9th, 10th, so that we see those things. We've increased SAT, ACT, we've had all these increases, but as the state continues to shift things, the increases don't look as impressive sometimes because of the new requirements the state puts in. But the growth and increases are there, the progress is there. We just have to continue to get better at what it is we do day in and day out. So just wanted to make sure you understand, we teach to the highest level, it's just we've got to get everybody on the same page.
And on that note,
You can't build a house with a solid foundation.
yes.
So we're going to look back at the proposed for goal 1, would be looking at the college career military ready. From the root cause analysis, it looks like this has risen to the top with passion of staff. You can see the plans already forming of this is what we need to do, this is what we're doing, this is the little things we need to tweak to make it better, here's some things we need to add to get the children of South San where you want them. So as a board, would this seem to be a goal that you would want to look into with some, because you had it as a goal before, but make tweaks aligned with the new system, the new data, to where you want to go and ready to hand it back over to staff to say, hey, yes, this is where we want to head, and come up with some goal progress measures.
Where is that on here? Is that on this
It's
page?
not on.
Because I'm like, where is it?
Yeah, what you have, Mr. Rodriguez, is the evolution.
It's the evolution.
From
It's the
years past,
history.
right? How it's grown. Go on, then, and so this is, that teased out even deeper,
Yes,
right?
it's looking
More
at it
specific.
So what we're
through a
saying
narrower
is,
lens.
excuse me,
Yes.
Deanna, for interrupting, is that we're looking at the 2018, last year, 2018, not this year, 2019?
Yes.
So what we got?
So
That
last
was the
year?
baseline.
That was the
That's
baseline.
That was the
Okay,
baseline, yes,
okay. All right, so we're looking now 5 years down the road,
From
correct?
From 2018.
From 2018, okay, to 2023, we're looking at moving up 10 percentage points, which looks attainable. So at this point, my question would be, if 3 years down the road, maybe even 4 years down the road, we've surpassed that 45, we can then adjust and continue and say maybe 55 or
We
60.
celebrate and adjust.
Right, so we're constantly monitoring and adjusting,
Yes,
this.
because
Okay.
currently that 45 comes from, as Ms. Pasadula was saying, right? So our comparison group, we're compared to high schools that are comparable to us demographics. So it may be Southwest, it may be in Edinburgh, it may be schools all over the state,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
So the highest school, I think, was performing at a 60, within our forecast, I think a 62, or something. So I know we are used to measure or grading from a 0 to 100, 70 being passing, right?
Right.
This percentage is not equivalent to that rating scale, right? So that 35 puts us on the lower quartile, number 2. What we're planning to shoot for is to either get on the top end of quartile 2 or even break into quartile 1. Knowing, ma'am, that if we hit that in a year, 2 years, we're going to come back, revisit this, adjust, so that we can move higher within those quartiles.
But that seems attainable right now.
Yes, because what we also want to make sure is that it's attainable, right? We don't want to go back to our high school principal, high school staff, and say, we're going to shoot at 85, knowing that no one in the last 3 years has hit 85. I mean, we want to make sure that we're shooting for something that's attainable, enough of motivation to move staff, right? To move them so that we're seeing progress. We hit progress, we come back, reevaluate, move some more. And it's systemic growth as we're moving through.
And we talked about how the goal challenges, it's supposed to
Yes.
be set up to where it challenges the organization to push them just enough, but at the same time, it's got to be attainable.
Correct.
So just to give you numbers of schools in San Antonio, Wagner High School and Judson ISD is at a 28. Roosevelt High School in Northeast is at a 43. Holmes High School in Northside is at a 48. Jay High School in Northside is at a 38. And then the last one in San Antonio Southwest High School is at a 32.
What
So-
about Carbondale, Southside?
They're not in our comparison.
Our student demographic for our high school is not comparable.
The comparable groups, the comparison groups that they do for the high school, they go by the percent, they try to be as close as possible to the percentage of ESL left students, special ed. Now they've included early college, high school students in that, so they take all of those indicators and they find the 40 closest schools to us, and that's our comparison group.
And that's
The
when you
state-
qualify for the distinction
Yes.
designations, when you're
Yes.
top quartile of your group of 40.
And the state selects that group.
Yes.
We don't get a say in that.
Well, since we're going to 45% for the year 2023, it's our goal, it's from 35 to 2023 is a 10% increase. So what is the breakdown in percentage by year that you're hoping to
And-
achieve?
Great question. That's something that they'll go back and look at after they look at the goal progress measures to see what's going to be attainable by each year and come up with that number and that target for you by year.
That's not something we can get to see.
Because right now, there's no historical data, so it's impossible for us at this point to measure, oh, we can do this because nobody has historical data because this is a new rating system. So there's no way for us to tell, well, we should be doing this much, or this percent each year, because there's nothing to go off of other than this is where everybody's performing, comparable schools, this number makes sense, but over the next 3 or 4 years, then we can see what our trends are to say, you know what, if we're trending 3% growth every year, then we should be able to maintain or sustain 3% growth up to this certain point. So it's kind of hard to mathematically calculate that unless you want to take the 10 and divide it by 5. I mean, we can do that, but it's hard to do because they're different cohorts.
It's kind of hard.
Actually, that's the general thing that people will do.
Yeah.
They will tend to do that. What I think we're hearing clearly from these folks is, first of all, they want to make sure, number one, do y'all agree before we start now bringing you everything?
Yeah,
Okay?
because we were 90% by
Right.
2022.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Sure, no math. Okay, signing on that.
It sounded good. It sounded good.
And let me tell you, and I said this in the training, my favorite part, the most favorite part about LSG is that we can come back and revisit it, and it's fluid. We can make the adjustments. Are we working hard enough? Let's push a little bit.
Sure. And some of this is as Mr. Vada talked, right? So this is the top of the iceberg.
Right.
There's a lot of work, systemic work, right? Making sure alignment pieces are there, making sure that our certifications are aligned to state recognized ones for CCMR. So there's still work that has to happen. This year is what we're shooting for, right? And some of it is systemic and some of it is, adjusting grad plan, what's the state looking at now for graduation, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. Standards also change with higher ed, right? We don't have a lot of say-so in what the colleges now are asking for and require. So this whole goal is fluid, knowing that the graduation piece is embedded.
And all of that you just described is where it played into the.
Yes, sir.
So just because it's a goal, it doesn't mean that it's the only thing we
Right.
focus on, it
Right.
just focuses the organization
Right.
to accomplish
And
it.
the reason that's important, Mr. Bravo, because this year will be our first cohort for early college. So these numbers come from the graduating class. And so we don't really know how that number is going to impact us once we start graduating these kids in higher numbers with no credit. So we don't have a true picture. We won't have a true picture for 2, 3, 4 years before we start seeing how it trends out.
So it's 35% for 2018 as the goal. What is it now? What is the goal now?
So right now,
What was the base?
No, the base was 35, and that's 2017.
By 2018.
no, 2018 is the base that we're starting with.
Okay,
Right.
There,
so that's
forward.
then, because the goal is going to be the superintendent's goal. So we're saying that for this year, for 2018, that he has to achieve 35%.
No.
No, that we already got because of last year's graduating class. So CCMR.
So we are at 35%.
Yes,
I'm
sorry.
May I interject here, please? We really need to have this written in SMART goal form.
Right, and that
I
was.
think that is the confusion,
Yes.
is that the baseline is not clearly stated. And these are the board's goals. They will be fulfilled by your administrative team, but these goals that you are now coming to the conclusion that this is what we believe in and we want to do, these belong to the board. Okay?
Right.
So, but I
So this
agree
is-
with you, Ms. Preto,
Ms.
is that
I-
this must be specific and we do need to see a clear baseline.
Right, it's our goals, but we hold him accountable to achieve those goals.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
But we don't say superintendent.
we don't, right,
There
it's
there should be
not,
one of the same. This is the
How?
board goals, but this is the superintendent's goals by different.
Okay,
Because
so
it does say
my question is,
indistinguishable.
Right.
since we're not going to have the breakdown, the percentages, it's okay if everyone agrees tonight with the percentage, we can move forward with this goal?
Right, because what's going to happen is, for the next regular board meeting, they'll come back to you with the annual targets and the goal progress measures. Okay? Because that's the inputs that belong in administration. So what was just discussed was a tweak to the statement that says the X to Y from 35 to 45 by 2023.
You guys remember how we were working on Lone Star Government to develop the goals? Well, that's the only thing that's missing out of how we have to set up.
Yeah, so the goal says a percentage of graduates who qualify for community, college, university, military certification will increase annually 4.5 percentage points from 67.5 to 90.
Yeah, well, those are the old.
Right, but that's what's missing here is that.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
right.
what I'm
It's not
saying.
set up, and that's what it says.
And again, I'm
That's
going
what
to
she-
take
That's what I'm saying.
So we need
full
to-
ownership on that, and I'm not going to blame you.
Yeah,
that I'm
not
trained.
training,
I'm
that's
not
part of the problem.
I will get the SMART goal format
But we
down.
can do it right now.
But I mean, and.
We can set the goal right now.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and again, this is proposed, Mr. Rodriguez. This
okay, I
is-
want
this is what we
everybody
can-
to say X to Y by Z.
X to Y.
Yeah,
That's
so-
going in
so
your
the
head
ba-
all the time.
X to Y to what?
So the
Right.
baseline right now is the 35%,
I
correct?
gotta send you now.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So what we want to say is that we want to be at 35, we're at 35, we want to be at 45 by 2023.
Yes.
So, this is the drafting thing I'm trying to figure out, which Leticia is they're going to come back, because I've got to convert this, I think, into an evaluation instrument as well. So, this is to set the overarching goal with a longer horizon. And then the administration's going to come back and make a proposal for incremental steps or benchmarks along the way. And those benchmarks will become, that benchmarks will then become the annual goals that will be in the evaluation process.
Basically, right now, the board owns the goal. We got to say we're okay with that goal first of all. So I think we got to talk amongst ourselves and say, do we like this goal? And do we like those percentages? And if we do, then we put it in SMART format. We give it to him, and then he comes up with the goal progress measures after he talks to his admin. And we only have 20% input on that. He only has 20% input on this goal right now. So the process needs to be, we make sure that we like the goal and that we put it in a format that's smart, and then we present that.
You should also have annual targets.
Right.
So the fact that they came up with their own proposed goals, great, but that it's still the board that decides these goals.
Right.
So either we like that goal, we don't, we like the percentages, we don't.
So although we can't take votes.
No.
it's not-
Well, no, but we agree.
I guess
We
we need to
agree.
get a consensus.
Right.
Is everybody in agreement with what's being proposed on that goal? On the 45%?
No, I want it to be 90.
No.
I agree with that. I'm the friend, and I believe you have it
I
now.
would veto that.
SMART goal format.
Okay.
So thank you for allowing us to do that.
I mean, if we took into account comparable districts and.
Yes. That's the root cause
If we
analysis.
put all that together, we could, that's what we came out with.
Yeah.
You know, you're the educator. So I mean.
You gotta take out that
And we can always come back and revisit
Just
and
leave
say,
it
you know,
from
a bit like that information, we're not gonna know until we graduate this class.
Right.
We got somebody working on
And as
this.
long as you put in, will increase annually, because that's.
We're gonna create annual targets every year. So if you're taking the 10 percentage points over 5 years, it's a 2% increase on average. So for the 2019-20 school year, then we're looking at a 37, and then a 39, and then a 41, and you kind of set it up. And that kind of sets you a trend. But at every year, we have the goal progress measures that will be changing every year as we prepare and adjust to meet that next benchmark.
Does everybody
every
like
year.
the goal though? Does everybody like the basic premise of the goal?
I don't think we have much of a choice, because that's 40% of the.
Well, no, that part, yes, but I'm saying the percentage, everybody's good
Yeah,
with that?
I thought, quite frankly, I thought
So where it put us
the
vis-a-vis
rating that was
the state
given
Put us,
to begin with
45 would put us
was
at the
just
top
too
of the
much.
top.
I mean,
Comparison
we
with
wanted
40
our
schools.
superintendent, whoever
Be the
was
top
engaged, to reach
quartile?
90%.
Yes.
I mean, I know
Our
we're trying to
comparison
be
schools,
the
right? So
highest
again-
level possible, I understand that, we want to be the best.
Against
But
the
you gotta be
state standards.
reasonable,
You're
like-
getting- you're getting evaluated.
So do you all
I
agree
think
with the
it's getting
45?
out of that, so.
There's a lot of conversations.
Yeah, they're all good conversations, we want to make sure.
Excellent, that we hear them all.
Okay.
I agree with that. I agree with giving the 10 percentage points between the base and 2023, and have them work out the language on how it's going to be smart.
I'm fine.
Is there it is? Oh, the percentage graduates students will need at least one.
Homework?
Will increase 2% annually from 35. Yeah.
You good?
Oh, actually, I'm good because the information you gave us.
Right.
Is, we saw other campuses, she gave us information that was on par with.
Yeah.
She gave us all the ingredients.
Where we could.
Yes, there were all of the input you needed.
Right.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm
I've
good.
all, it's data.
Again, we
From
graduate
And now it's
6.5 or something like that.
So-
Then
It needs to increase from
Right.
35%
And that's- I
to
think so.
45% by whatever month in 2023. That's how
Yeah,
it needs to be.
So what I understood, let me just make sure that
I don't think it's absolutely clear.
I think we are managing.
August 8th.
Yeah.
Hold on, folks,
Whatever
one
you're
thing
gonna
to
get.
consider though, is that the CCMR data is always behind.
A year.
So we don't have much, what we're building on this year and the things that we put in place, like the early college, what year is that gonna come out?
The following year.
So it's what?
You won't even see it next year.
2021 graduation?
2019, what are we, 19?
You won't see it until
2021.
2021. So then what we probably need to do is we need to develop our own metrics for growth that we do on a yearly basis. That even though it's not, may not necessarily show up as like a 2% increase,
That's
we
why
can,
I
we can
won't
say,
commit to a 2%
we can say,
Yes.
we have to develop our own set of metrics to say,
Right.
what are we doing this year
Right.
to create a measurable outcome
Right.
that shows growth in CCMR that's going to show up in 2021, 21, 22 because of how, look, if it tells you right there for the 17-18 school year, that's based on 16-17 data, I mean, whatever we're going to get for this year is already based on what we did last year.
Right.
And I can't do anything about last year.
Neither can we.
Neither can you. So,
The accountability report and the taper report comes out when in August?
The accountability report comes out in August, the taper doesn't come out until
November.
November.
Okay, so when we needed to say by a month in 2022, what month are we wanting to look at, August or November?
The taper is the accountability ratings, I mean, they take a lot of that data from there. So if you want to put in August, I mean, our accountability ratings will be out.
It should be before his summative evaluation in September.
So it needs to be August then.
Yeah, so you can
we
use
should
the August data.
August.
Right. So the
By
So the
August
metrics that we
2020.
develop need to make sure that we can measure growth.
The state is required to report the data by August 8th.
Right, right. So as long as we develop what we're doing for CCMR purposes and how many kids we're getting to meet indicators,
Right.
which is trackable by the number of students that we have that are meeting at least one indicator, we should be able to get you a percentage of our kids. And so we're gonna need to do some tweaking, but we all are under the agreement that CCMR is a point of focus for the district.
I just wouldn't put increase 2%.
Right.
No, it's not gonna happen like
We'll work
that.
on it.
Yeah, we're still gonna get you something where we're gonna show
So
growth.
because you're on a phone, because you're on a party line with a phone a friend, it's going to read indicator will increase from 35 to 45% by August 2023.
There you go.
And just drop the 2%,
Yes.
because that'll be in your
Right.
annual
Right,
targets.
okay,
Yep.
okay.
Do we have a scribe here that could possibly?
Can you refresh, Mike?
Yeah, personally, I would like to see the completed
There it
goals
is.
Yes,
when I leave here.
we'll get this.
There it
Is
is.
somebody
There it
working
is.
on it right now?
Yes. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Portis, if I may, just as a reminder, because we're far behind in
You
not
said
only
to
the
drop the
goals
percentage points?
and then having them approved by the board, is that something, will you and your staff have time to have these ready for the April meeting?
Oh, yeah, we'll work on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to work on it because it's in our best interest. As an organization, we want to know where we're going, where we need to go.
Okay,
So-
so
I agree with that
Yes,
one.
yeah, so do I.
So what we can commit to is that we want a CCMR focused goal, and then we'll get to the metrics that we can measure on
Right,
an
right.
annual
And
basis.
annual-
If I may, I understand, and I'm in complete agreement that should be the focus. I don't want to fall into a trap of, I guess, coaching, teaching to a test, and then we're kind of letting the other things go by the wayside.
No, right, yeah, it's not the, like I said, it's not the only thing we
Right, right.
focus on.
Gotcha.
We still want to perform
Right,
overall
right.
academically.
Okay.
There's many aspects.
Yes.
You know, even like US history, performing on the
Right.
STAR exams, how many kids we're
Right.
getting. It
Mr.
doesn't necessarily directly apply to
Right,
this,
gotcha.
but it's still.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, ma'am.
what this does is basically narrows that focus and gives you the biggest bang for your buck, okay?
No, I understand the
It's
concept.
really
yes, ma'am.
it will really start boosting everything because these have been identified as your major needs,
Gotcha.
okay? And then you're gonna change these as you accomplish them.
Yes, ma'am.
That annually needs to go away.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
because the
annual will be
every year.
You'll have your annual
No.
targets.
Okay,
Saw your thought, your thought.
right, okay, got it.
Alright.
Okay, you ready to move on?
Yeah, because now we'll be here to midnight.
Yeah.
All right, we're trying to catch up on that.
After the root cause analysis, and staff really dove deep into the data, looking at trend data, just like on that first proposed, same thing on the proposal here, and it looks like it's around third grade math. So staff?
Yes, so again, so root cause, again, we'll prepare to talk about why third grade and why the focus on math and Deb and Shield. That will provide us that information.
Mike, can you go back to the last one? But, okay.
That one? Yeah. Okay, so, Denise talked about how the state moved the line. The line was at approaches and they moved to meets. And part of the reason they did that is because they consider meets to be on grade level. So we did a little research of our own kids that we thought that you would want to know. So of the kiddos, and I believe these kiddos are freshmen right now, so they took 8th grade math, 8th grade reading last year, but when they were 3rd graders in 2013, I was had to think about that, of the 100 kids that are still here with us, the ones that performed at meets in 3rd grade, 74 performed at meets as 8th graders. That's pretty significant.
That's pretty awesome. I think anyway.
Yes. So then math, okay, of the 30 kids that performed at meets, only 10 of those kids performed at meets as 8th graders. But a caveat, the TEKS changed between the time that they were 3rd graders and the time that they were 8th graders. So as they went from, I can't remember what year it was, to, I think 4th grade, as they were 4th graders, things that were like 7th grade came to 4th grade, and things that were 6th grade came to 4th grade. So there was a little gap issue there that teachers had to fill. So math looks a little bit different in reading. I think this is a strong argument for why maybe we should focus on the meets, because if we can get them on grade level, they will stay on grade level as they move through the system. So our proposed goal for math is meets level performance on 3rd grade Math Star will increase from 26% to 50% by August 2023. So our baseline is currently 26%. So last year's 3rd graders, the current 4th graders, 26% of them performed at the meets level. So the other thing is the state. Their targets for us really, they want 90% of the kids performing at approaches. They want 60% of the kids performing at meets, and they want 30% performing at masters. But when we also did our research and we looked at districts, even high-performing districts, only about 20% of their kids are actually performing at the master's level. So the 90-60-30 is a pretty lofty goal. So when we looked at, okay, where are we at now? What is the work that we know we need to do? And then where could we potentially be? So that was our thought process. And then in our other research, this talks about how it's not even, reading. We were talking about a while ago about how reading is such a necessary skill when you're reading these math problems, or when you're taking a science test, or when you're taking a social studies test. But in this research, it talks about early math skills being an even greater predictor of later school success, and early math not only predicts later success in math, but it predicts later reading achievement better than early reading. So that was thought was a very interesting thing. And I think the work that we have been doing in balanced literacy, and I stood before you 2 months ago, or last month in February, and you were able to see the strides that we're making because of our focus in the early grades. And I think if we also shift our focus into the early grades to prepare kids by third grade, then we'll see those we'll start to see those same gains and outcomes.
So the biggest difference, I think, right now for the goals is that we had it at master's level performance. They're wanting to go to a meets level performance. So any suggestions or comments or anything?
No, I'm all in favor. I'm in total agreement. I think that was one of the things that I was most vocal about from the very beginning, was our focus being, and I understand how we started. You got to be in it to win it, right? And I understand that we had a starting point. But moving the needle from approaches to meets and then meets to, I think we need to, that's where the focus needs to be. I feel like that's where we're going to get our bigger returns, our bigger outcomes as we move down the line. And I'm glad that that's where we're putting some more focus on that. I think that's going to do wonders. Personally, that's how I feel.
I'd like to hear from you guys, but I want you to tell me, masters to meets. And I agree with Mr. Rodriguez. I think, I don't ever want to set ourselves up for failure. We want these kids to succeed. And I think masters is a good place to be. But look how far we have to go to get to our master's level. I mean, we've got approaches that we're still struggling with. So, but I want to know, what is your opinion?
So we, as Ms. Shields presented back, I believe in January, so there is a silver lining to all of this work that we've done the last 2 years, in spite of the change in the accountability. Even when she reported that 55% of our K-2 students right now are at reading on grade level this time. So the meets right now, we feel is very realistic, very reasonable, and again, shooting, we want to send kids beyond third grade without gaps. And so if we can focus on the meets, I mean, it's something traumatic, this will take them off grade level, in middle school and high school typically, but we feel very satisfied and hopeful that staying with the meets will certainly prepare our kids year to year as they progress.
Because I think, as you said, once we've gotten to that level of meets, the higher percentage, then we can go focus on masters. Set the goal even higher. But we've got to get there first. And I just didn't feel the master's level was just unattainable. I mean, there were some, I'm not saying it's not, but not enough students were meeting that master levels to be successful. And that's just my opinion.
Also in math, when we set the master's level goal, we had 9% of our students at master's level district-wide. And then the next year, we still had 9% of our students, but we grew in the meets level. Because if you think about a bell curve, where are most of our students going to fall? In the middle. And we want our students on grade level. Like we said, if we can get them on grade level, it would take something really drastic to get them off grade level.
Right.
So I think that there's two trains of thought here, and ours was, we felt like the focus was not there when we first started setting these goals. We just felt like the focus wasn't there for specialized, rigor. And so by setting it at a master's level, we were hoping to affect all grade levels and all areas moving up, right? Because the focus was so high, they had to work hard to be able to bring them up to there. So I think what we're seeing are the results of the master's focus.
It's like the other way around.
Going to meets. That's why we're so high at meets right now, is because our focus was so high that it affected all this and got us to here. And now we're here and it's like, well, I think that's attainable. Well, now it is, because our rigor was so dramatic the first year and a half. And now there's processes in place that have gotten us to where we're at. But without that realization, there wouldn't have been no responsibility. And that's where we were at 2 years ago. And so I'm saying it's good to adjust and it's good to know where we're at, but I think it's good to know the starting point and why we started there.
And I would like to say that I feel teachers and students who are responding to the masters, I mean, we've changed our practices in ensuring that the kids are, as Dr. Hernandez alluded to earlier, that the questioning, stems, that they're of high quality, at a higher depth, the critical thinking. So I want to say that it has changed our practices, and I think that's something that will be sustainable. So I don't want anyone to think, oh, we're going to go to meets and we're not going to be responding and still teaching to a higher level. We will continue. Those practices are now ingrained in us.
And I think that goes back to the very first slide, mindset, and if adult behavior doesn't change, you have to change adult behavior then before you get the change. So they've already got that mindset. So it's not going to change as long as the leadership still pushes them to that mindset. So I think they can still succeed and reach that master level, but we don't want to set ourselves up for failure. I would not like to see Dr. Flores set himself for failure, but I think we want all our kids to succeed. And I think we're getting there. We're getting there, and the mindset is already there, so let's not change that. Let's keep pushing. I mean, tell them there's no more master level. You're not going to say that. You're going to say we're striving for a master level.
And I would say that because that seed has already been planted with a lot of campuses, and especially the principals that are the most, how should I say, they like the challenge, okay? And that was the whole purpose of the mastery, in that we felt that the rigor, we needed to up the rigor in the curriculum, and the critical thinking and the problem-solving skills needed to be there, across the board. So those that are seeing the success in that are going to want to continue it, because you have some, you do have some principals there that are very competitive, is the word I want to use. They're competitive, and they want to be able to, to reach that level. And by doing that, you're going to get to the meets, and those are going to, you're going to wind up having more of the mastery. So, I think the point was made, and the seed was planted, and that was the main thing. Okay?
I value it, and I understand it. And my big thing is all kids from all of us, right? Needs, approaches, not all of them. That's what I care about.
So I think the conversations on campus is what you're going to hear is about those thresholds. It's the it's like, okay, I've got to get these kids to cross this threshold.
Right.
Okay, now the next one, now the next one. And so it is about moving all kids.
Because they're all looking at data now, aren't they?
Yeah. And that's what I said earlier. That's what I'm most excited about, is that we're so granular now than what we were before. Like Mr. Flores said, sitting here, man, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not seeing enough, and now we are. So that's helping us. I feel like that's helping us.
So the proposed language for goal 2 is meets level performance on third grade math STAR will increase from 26 to 41% by August 2023. That's X to Y by Z.
Oh, not the 50.
No,
I'll take ownership on
It's
that.
like a 24.
I didn't write the SMART goals.
I was looking at that and having a little bit of a heart attack.
That goal, and I didn't do the right math.
We talked about what was reasonable. So if we say what's reasonable, we said 3% percentage points yearly is a reasonable goal. Because we sat and talked about, okay, like what has our growth been, what could our growth be?
It was.
All the same ingredients that we presented on the first one. it's all baked into all the goals.
And the thing about third grade, I think that's very significant when it comes to our accountability system, is that we don't get growth, domain 2, which also hits us in domain 3, from those kids. It is about how many kids can we get to approaches, meets, and masters in third grade. So being on grade level or hitting those, those thresholds, that's how it's meets and above. So meets and above is what's going to help us. And that's also a great way to explain it when you're talking to the community and saying, on grade level, meets is on grade level, and that is our goal for all kids. Of course, do we want masters? Yes, but on grade level as a minimum.
Because you're always going to run into a parent whose child is not at master level, and is either at the approaches or is barely making the meets. And when you say, well, our goal is masters, they're like, my child can't even meet yet. We're talking about master level. What are you doing for my child?
So agreement among,
I agree. I think so. 50 looks pretty good.
Yeah, let's take it from there.
So I feel comfortable because we have all the ingredients. It was very well articulated. I can understand that we took into all these, we've got all this data, and this is what we came up with.
Yes.
So
And remember, if we do meet the kinds of expectations and gains and we supersede those, then we can always readjust.
Keep moving the needle.
The key word is attainable right now.
Right, correct.
Smart.
Right.
okay, so moving on to goal 3. So goal 3.
Thank you.
Check the map.
Check them out.
Check them out.
3% increase for the next 5 years.
So I'm a reading specialist by, by trade. So, no, what we'd like to say is, first and foremost, again, thank you for coming on this journey with us. You all have joined the Balanced Literacy bus with us. I mean, you've seen the presentations over the last year, and you've seen our gains. I mean, I will say again, we were looking at, previously, our kids were leaving first and second grade at about 55% on level as we were dissecting the data. And again, we're excited to see the end of year data as Ms. Shields again presented in January. Mid-year, we were at 55% already. So you can see that the focus the last 2 years, our work with Balanced Literacy, approving LLI kids, approving the level readers, have been very helpful for our teachers to ensure that we do provide targeted instruction for our students. And we're really excited because kids now know their levels, their Fontes and Pinnell levels. They're either an A or an E, and Ms. Bazaldua has children here in the district, and the kids can articulate, what level they are, and they're gauging to see where they'll be at end of year. So again, our kids are rising to those expectations. So again, thank you for approving all of the materials that we've needed to fulfill this work. So with that said, our baseline for 17-18 is 27% on third grade STAR. So again, as we said, we wanted to start early and ensure that students leave third grade on level. Again, we want them to go without gaps. We know that it's just more challenging to close the gaps as they get older. So, and then again, why third grade? This is research from across the country. 1 in 6 children who are not reading proficient in third grade typically are what we call overage undercredited. So those are students who sometimes should be juniors and seniors, and they're still freshmen and sophomore because they just simply do not have a strong foundation in reading, and so that's impacted them in English 1, English 2, and those grades. So again, hence we want to ensure that they go up with a strong foundation. Also with children who are from families with similar demographics, similar to ours, we know that it's super important, kids in poverty, from poverty, that we make very concerted efforts to ensure that they don't go to upper grades below level. So, and then lastly, there is word that unfortunately, prisons and other juvenile systems are built based on third grade data. And so again, it says 85% of all juvenile students in court systems are functionally illiterate.
It's very telling.
Very telling.
Very revealing. It is.
Right, and so again, we want to ensure that our students are, have a shot. And with that, even Ms. Mercado, with early childhood, you know, they're looking at, their teachers are getting trained in Ponce and Pinal. They've already done training in Ponce and Pinal, and so.
That's
even-
through Head Start?
That's through
That's
early
awesome.
childhood and Head
Yeah,
Start.
that's
So
awesome.
we're beginning the dialogue, and the dialogue now is, you know, our pre-K babies kinder ready. So you can see that it's third grade is what we're proposing to you, but it's trickling down to pre-K and third, and to our baby Bobcats, who we showed you before. So we are going to be making efforts also through the community partnership grant to, what we envision is providing professional development to area daycare workers, anyone who is going to have our potential students, and to teach them how to do read alouds, and so that our babies, our youngest clientele, you know, begin that literacy journey.
Our Head Start program needs to start showing pictures of universities to our Bobcat babies as 3-year-olds, so that it's implanted in their mind when they get into the regular campuses.
So you can see that we are working to make sure that kids leave third grade reading. So with your approval, we propose this goal.
But to me, that looks like a pretty aggressive goal. I mean, that's good, based on all the data and all the ingredients, and, you know, when we feel we get there.
I'm relying on this.
I think it should be 50.
But based on Ms. Shields' last report, I think we.
Right. And at the end of the day, if you look at it, like, yes, the whole idea is to hit the goal, but are we making that progress? Are we getting more kids to meet to that meets threshold? That's what really matters at the end. That's how you can really count, like, when we really take into consideration, are you making progress towards those goals? So we feel confident that the more that we implement balanced literacy, the more we focus on the efforts that have already been in place. Like, this isn't just something new.
He's hedging his bets on the 2 years of progress of balanced literacy already.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that that's a bad thing. They're looking decent, but it really boils down to, you know, don't think it's just me going, nope, I don't want that, I just want a 1%. If they feel confident that this is the progress that we can make over the next 5 years, how much important, we're gonna make it happen.
So just to close it up, then we have 3 student outcome goals identified. The next steps are for staff to flesh this out with annual targets and with goal progress measures. So we'll be coming back to the board at the April meeting for review and approval. Is that everybody's agreement?
And like anything else that, right, with these goals, if after year 3 we find that we're not making the kinds of, that it turned out to be not as attainable, we can always readjust the expectations. The main thing for a superintendent, if you're going to hold me accountable, is like, did we make that progress for that year? But if we're looking like we're falling so far behind that it's something that we're realizing, encountering whatever the problem may be, we can always come back and readjust.
Absolutely.
Or the team is just continues to be phenomenal and we're exceeding, then
you go push it forward.
Yeah, we had 5 or 6% in a year instead of 3.
Right.
It's like, wow, where are we headed? 60.
Right.
Now calm down.
So again, in just closing out the proposed goals piece, again, you know, we want to thank you. We've taken the feedback that you all have provided us. We definitely have some work to do so that we can get things back for April. But again, no, right? I mean, me coming in, there are a lot of good things happening in South San. Organizational alignment is a big one. We don't want to work harder. We want to work smarter. And this staff here, I can tell you, is one of the best that I've ever worked with. So thank every one of you, and they're all here willingly participants and prepared to answer questions if you had that, right? So know that moving forward, we definitely wanted to honor the work of the past. We definitely wanted to honor the work of the investment that this board has taken on, and we're excited about performing to the levels that we will be held to, and really reap the fruits of the labor. So thank you very much for that time. If it's okay, can we excuse the rest of the staff?
I was just going to ask one question. If you could, is there any way, I'd be interested to have all the research that you just did and presented and had. Can we have a copy of that? Would that be okay, Dr. Flores?
We'll be more happy to send you
Okay,
some of the data points.
Yes, sir.
All right, folks, if any other questions about goal setting?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I know you still got to need something.
Thank you all very much.
We have to be here early. So
Thanks for all your help and everything else.
Good night.
board members, can we take a 5-minute break so that staff can, for 10 minutes?
Which leads you,
I'm trying to get
Thank you. Go back to the goal situation, okay? And I agree with you. Probably bolstered everybody, but when you're actually looking at evaluating the goal, did we accomplish it? You wouldn't.
No, heck no.
You would not make it, but yet you definitely.
You gave them the cool things, right?
Yeah, because you were doing such a good job. But it's actually. So, in the staff.
Oh, thank you, Denise.
the data system. The data system sucks. Well, it's because it's the needs of the agency. This, I mean, the college residents, here's what, here's you know what I'm saying? But the public buys off by the TA rate.
Okay, appreciate it.
No, I understand. I was there when it got built.
Do you know this,
Many years ago.
I'm happy to be part of it. It wasn't the other way around. They were. Oh, yeah. No, these
But you complain,
for the brand of the operation.
Not like yeah.
But it's just, sometimes you get, you're not for sure.
And then I'll.
The horses run. You know, they know what they're
The accountability center was created in 1992, part of Senate Bill 7.
Unfortunately. I was around for that too, unfortunately. I'm that old.
It was chapter 36 then. It's chapter 36.
Oh, well, I mean, I better, but I
Became
mean,
39.
either it is not, but I think this was at the beginning when
Okay?
everything was
But over
happening.
here,
I know that's not.
It's a little accountability works, a little more works better, a little bit. It's now created so many layovers and all this other stuff. Right.
Then, okay, next round is.
Look at that report.
Right,
That's
talk about where we're at with
in January.
I mean, that's.
On a district this size in Houston, it's a wheelbarrow. And you can't present that to the public or a board. You know what I'm saying? That level of complexity is beyond the ability.
It's just like with dropout education, that sounds real simple.
So it's incredibly complicated.
It's very
I got beat up in the late 90s. We did something at Senator Trudeau's little school in Kingston. They wanted it's on the King Ranch, but they didn't have a high school, and so they opened a high school on A&M Kingsville, A&I.
Well, she got Dr. Pepper.
They want, the dream was everybody got an associate's degree, okay? There's a whole lot of kids that were smart but not all of them by any stretch of the imagination. So what we were doing was, we weren't teaching the kids that weren't going to do it. We didn't teach them government their senior year. I quit working.
Did you?
So they came back. Do a picture in high school, which was all paid for by the high school.
The budget's limited, we can't give you a whole roll. That's what, there you go, there's your one.
And so they could get their associate's degree. You can't call them dropouts.
Yes, they would have become dropouts.
Because they didn't complete. But, yeah, now if they pitched a bid, we were going to let them take it, but 98% of them.
Well, I had to do that. She graduated.
Ready?
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Where's my bowling? I always have my bowling. I started
She
it.
don't want to say they changed it. She's involved in it.
Oh, I understand.
Yes,
So
yes. Oh, I know
sometimes
all
that
that.
stuff bites you in the rear
I
end.
lived that long. Yeah, I lived all that. And if you wrote it, I don't know.
It's fabulous.
I didn't do the dropout.
Passion is
Then I will forgive you.
passion gets fixed.
Okay, thank you guys for reconvening and thank you for the level of conversation. Okay. So the next is we're going to take a look at constraints, board constraints and superintendent constraints. Just a quick review. Constraints are specific prohibitions on authority. Okay. The board, when you look at board constraints, and superintendent, when you look at superintendent. The challenge here is the language, remember, is written as shall not or will not. Okay. We focused the vast majority of the city on what we will do, what we will commit to in terms of annual targets, etc., for the positive. In constraints, you're basically defining the line we will not cross. Okay. Remember, so it's a little different in you take the language and you write it the opposite. So that's where the challenge is in this. The good news is we have already some constraints that the board has written, some constraints that were written with the previous superintendent. We're just checking those. These probably, definitely the superintendent ones need to change because it's a whole different person. Okay? But we're going to start with board because it's the whole Lone Star governance. We look here first before we start looking at others.
I think the way that I always kind of looked at a constraint was, while we have you focused on these goals, we can't let you forget about this important thing. And then we pick a few of those, right?
Right.
Because there's a million of them, but, I mean, Lone Star Government says we should have, what, 3, maximum 5?
Yep.
And may I interject here? I
Sure.
think it would be beneficial to have your constraint aligned with your goals.
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about? So that if you draw those boundaries, then what the superintendent will not do, okay, will directly impact the success of your goal. So that there is alignment and we're not just all over the place with constraints. Does that make sense?
Is it fair to say that these are just as important as the goals?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that we probably need another workshop to continue working on these things in a way that it does some justice? We can review the content, given the, I mean, unless we want to stay here until midnight, which I don't know how everybody feels.
Aren't y'all willing to stay here till 1 in the morning? It's a joke.
Get out of the way.
Not today.
It's a joke, all right.
So, as Ed pulls up the next slide, in your handout that we provided on Vision 3 and Vision 4, it talks about the constraints, and under does not meet focus, it says the board does not have constraints. But I really like that little part after it, specific prohibitions on superintendent authority that are aligned with the vision and grounded in the community values. So that's going to be the main focus of the constraint, that it provides specific provisions on the superintendent's authority, but yet they're aligned in the vision and grounded in values, which each of you trustees represent from your area of the community.
So here are the ones the board created and adopted back in October of 2018.
Oh, we're starting with the board ones?
Yes.
Yes, because remember, we always start with I first. So could we have someone read the first one?
The board collectively and trustees individually will not perform or appear to perform any of the roles delegated to the superintendent.
The board will not allow the introduction of new information or materials related to agenda items once the agenda is posted.
The board's discussion of any agenda item will not exceed 14 minutes, with each trustee allowed 2 minutes to comment. However, the board president, at his or her discretion, may extend the amount of time that each trustee is allowed to speak, but must ensure that each trustee is allowed an equal amount of time.
And I'm going to refrain, I'm going to let Mandy do the next one, since she didn't get one the last time.
The board will review and amend its operating procedures annually.
So we're going to start with the one that Mandy just read. The board will review and amend its operating procedures annually. That's in other places. That's in your board operating procedures. It's in here that would be part of the rubric of your quarterly reviews, that you would have reviewed your board operating procedures at least annually. So our question to you, does that rise up to a highest level to be a constraint on the board that you must do this annually if you have it in other places?
Well, I think that I feel like what you just described is the constant theme in the existing constraints. So, no, I don't feel like it needs to be on there. I don't feel like it is.
Because it's in your board operating procedures and it's also in the rubric.
And the procedure says to be reviewed annually.
Yes.
So it's already there.
And ideally, it's 3 to 5.
Right, so we still have 3.
Yeah, so you're, again, that's what I was going to, when you look at the needs focus column on Vision 3, it says the board has adopted 3 to 5. So even if you take that one off, you still have 3. Or even if you change those 3, you're still within.
Are we good with taking it out?
Or add another one. I mean, it's just something to think
I mean,
about.
but are we good with taking this one out? I'm good with taking this one out.
Yeah, I am too, because the procedure itself requires us to review this annually. It's already there, so why are we having it here again?
Well, I don't recall it being there to begin with, under constraint, when we first had our constraint.
Oh, under constraints?
Oh.
I don't recall.
I
We were
don't
just
think
saying,
so.
I don't remember
So I
that being.
just copy.
Original.
Yeah, it's off the, I got them off the website
Off the
as well.
website.
This is what I got.
Unless it was
That might not
added.
be one, I don't think we had 4 to begin with, I think we only had 3, but.
Well,
It was added.
yeah, it is.
Yes.
It's in, actually, yes.
On the
On the
website.
website in your AE local.
Maybe that's just not.
So it may not be,
That's, I don't feel like that.
well,
I'm in
regardless,
But that's, I mean, that's what I'm saying, are we in agreement to take it off?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
take it off.
So-
it's like saying you will have board meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't mind it being on.
At least once a year.
Yeah.
At least once a year.
once a year.
Right.
So now that'll give us time to focus on the other three and to see if they still meet the needs of the board or if they can be adjusted
So,
or added to.
so I think there's one other thing. Ms. Elliott also reminded us, there should be some way tied to the student performance goals in supporting the accomplishment of that, okay? So we just need to be sure that we can say, well, yes, because if we did this, it would. Now remember, and right now you're okay, all 3 of them that are up there are written will not. Okay, so the language is correct in terms of the STEM. And remember, we'll work with you on the progress measures because that's where the tricky part's going to come. Because I know we've had that conversation before about how do we know, or are we just going, well, I think we're okay, you okay, well, I'm okay. That's not really where we need to be. So whichever one y'all want to start with, 1, 2, or 3.
I'd like to
But
start-
we checked, that is part of AE local, that's included in the core policy.
Yeah.
Even on the Mac.
I told you it was.
We just had to verify, sir.
I would trust but verify. Okay, got it.
See, that's why we got it right.
It's still a service center, because I never know. Service center,
About 21, 20.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sorry, somebody said.
Yes, I would like to speak to number 3.
Okay.
The board's discussion of an agenda item will not exceed 14 minutes. With each trustee allowed 2 minutes to comment. However, the board president, at his or her discretion, may extend the amount of time that each trustee is allowed to speak, but must ensure that each trustee is allowed an equal amount of time. I think the 2 minutes, to me, is not sufficient enough. And I know it was all calculated based on 7 board members and has to do with the tracker, if I'm not mistaken. We want to keep the discussion, I guess, limited so that we don't have long meetings. But our citizens to be heard have more than 2 minutes. You know, so we as a board of trustees, we should not be limited ourselves to such little time to give our case or to discuss or present our issue with an item that might come up. So I don't agree with the constraint. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know what everyone else thinks. I just
That was
think
only
unless we
prefer- I
go
think
do
this
away with the 2
constraint-
minutes and come up with something else, and is that a student outcome?
That
Does
was
that
gonna-
reflect?
That was going to be my question. A couple times I've heard they should be, and I'm a Marine, it's either do it or you don't, right? So should be or is required to be is always a clarification I seek. Second is, I've heard a couple times that they should be in alignment with our goals. I don't understand how that is in alignment with any goals that we just discussed, but my recommendation, I feel like that doesn't even need to be in there.
Well,
That's how I feel.
that was pertaining to items not related to Lone Star governance. So in other words, if we're getting a report on the goals, on the constraints, on the board's constraints, on the superintendent, on the goal progress measure, whatever, all that stuff is fair game and we can talk as much as we want. That constraint was directly related to items that are like consent or discussion possible action. And really, I think the focus was not to talk about operations or maintenance stuff, which is not really a board member's role to begin with, for an extended amount of time. So if we had to discuss it, okay, that's fine, but limit the discussion, because what we should be talking about is student outcomes.
But those items shouldn't even be on the agenda.
What's
I
that?
mean, if those items shouldn't even be on the agenda.
What
Those are
items?
his authority. Anything having to do with operations or maintenance.
They're on the agenda even now.
Well, we don't put them, the superintendent does. He
All I'm saying,
recommends
but all
items.
I'm saying is it's up to, if there's an item in consent and we pull it,
Right.
then we're discussing an item when we shouldn't be discussing.
Well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
To me, and somebody correct me if I'm looking at this wrong, The agenda is the agenda, and it requires action and discussion. I don't understand how you can shape and mold that to, well, you can only talk about it for 2 minutes, or you really shouldn't be talking about it. I mean, the agenda is for the Board of Trustees to take action on and discuss. To me, it's fundamentally.
And we're not saying not to discuss it. All we're saying is that if we're a board that's focused on student outcomes, then that should be what we spend our time discussing.
I think too, Mr. Water, is that there are situations that require discussion. Okay, we understand the Lone Star governance and us speaking to it, and however we time that's necessary so that we're clear with our student outcomes and understanding our goals and pursuing and pushing them. But as trustees, we're overseers too of operations and people who are over those operations, if I may be clear. So that if there's a concern and 2 minutes is all we have, maybe there's a community concern because we represent the community, and if 2 minutes is all I'm given as a trustee, and I get cut off, well, you're cutting off a voice of that.
Under that constraint, if there's something.
Okay, but hold on, let me finish, please, because you're interrupting a lot, okay, so hold on, buddy.
Let him finish.
Okay, so I've been witness right here, just 5 months ago, before I was elected to the board, where I saw a trustee speaking and the board president said, that's it, cut it off, and that's it. Which I thought wasn't fair because they were on a roll speaking from their community's voice, and I really feel that, you know, that shouldn't be so. If there's something to say, especially when we're trying to represent the community, and we have the right intentions, you know, but I understand you too not trying to run on and talk about stuff. I get that part. But if we're going to keep that, it should probably be changed just a little bit. And maybe if it's a minute, give us equal amount to the citizens to be heard, right? You know, at least. But again, it's a community voice too that speaks when we speak.
Well, on certain issues, just to let you know, on certain issues where there's an item that's really pressing, like let's just say transportation or whatever, if that's what you want to bring up, or if that's something hot topic, it says on there, the board president, at his or her discretion, may extend the amount of time. So you have that in there, in the constraint that says we can speak about any specific item if it's so pressing for an extended amount of time. This is just like, do we have to talk about, you know, the color of the carpet or do we even have to pull that? I mean, do we have to, it's gonna be on an item to be approved, right? Like the purchase of a kitchen mixer for the cafeteria, and you wanna pull it to discuss, you know, 100 questions on that. Those questions can be asked through board book the way it is right now. You get the agenda ahead of time, you ask your questions, they get answered, and everybody can see it. That's public information. It's posted, and all the questions and all the answers are posted. So that is how we were being transparent. By Lone Star Governance, we were saying we don't want to put so much time and emphasis on stuff up here that's not student outcome driven. So there's ways to be transparent still, and there's ways to ask questions and answer those, and it's through board book.
But we are giving due diligence to Lone Star Governance when those issues come up with goals and outcomes and all that. I'm just defending, saying that there are issues that require questions, like you said, transportation. What if there was the busing routes and the trustee cuts them, and now we are saying, hey, that's not a good idea, let's talk about this. Things like that.
So I have a question. And the process you just described, Mr. Ibarra, Dr. Flores sees my list of questions, and that's the tool I use to minimize how many questions I'm going to ask up there. So conversely, if the board president has at his or her discretion extend the time, I would assume that the board president at his or her discretion can end it in the conversation and say, okay, I think you've had enough, are we ready to take action? Okay, so in that sense, I don't see the need for the constraint, and I don't know anybody else, I can only speak for myself. I'm not going to pull an item that's about a cake mixer or the color of the carpet. If I had a question, I'd send it via board book.
But they have been, is all I'm saying.
Like what?
Those type of questions have been pulled, and those type of consent items were being pulled. That's the whole reason for that constraint.
prior to the new board or previously? Prior. Okay. Well,
So we were
I can't-
having
I can't
meetings
control what-
also
what
that
the
were-
previous board members did.
We're having meetings that were going way over 2 hours, sometimes 3, sometimes 4, because of, there was no limit in the discussion, or somebody was just, how should I say, that particular item went on and on and on for 20, 25, 30 minutes, when it had nothing to do with student outcomes. So, there
I
needs
mean,
to
guys,
be, you know.
let's be realistic, let's be realistic. There's gonna be items on the agenda that have nothing to do with student outcomes.
Exactly.
It's gonna have, there's.
But we don't have to have that long length of a
It's under
discussion.
consent and you say
Exactly.
yes, and we go on to the next one, that's it. It doesn't have to be discussed.
And if you're looking at the tracker, and
That's
we're looking
the
at the
discussion.
framework, and we're looking at the structure, we're supposed to have 50% or more of the, you know, of the items that are to be
We learned
discussed.
during the training that there
Yeah.
was
Taking care of
meats
it.
that we could meet, right? A meets of Lone Star governance, not the full half of the meeting. There was a meets part of it.
My final input is, I don't think that needs to be on there. If we can come to a compromise, okay. I don't want to feel, like Mr. Flores said, I don't want to feel like I'm hamstrung. I want to feel like my hands are tied and I can't represent my community.
So when you say that, represent your community, and when you say oversee, we have to oversee, can you all explain yourselves about that?
Provide oversight, it's directly outlined in Ms. Flores in the roles of
It
responsibility.
is,
for the
but
local. Right.
what's your definition of oversight?
Exactly that, provide oversight.
What is that?
To make sure that the board implements policy, the superintendent implements it.
And directing and questioning the superintendent is not oversight. They give us reports. Reports are the oversight, what we ask questions about.
And if it's not clear, then that's where the questions come. What is the natural thing that somebody, I think, if you don't understand something, you seek clarity by asking questions.
So we're.
You see where your questions are leading us and we're not going to go there?
No, but what I'm saying
But
is we have the
we do
opportunity to
have-
submit those
we do have
questions.
That
Right.
responsibility.
Yeah, but we have a process of submitting those questions, like Mr. Ibarra said, to the superintendent and his
Your
staff,
responsibility
so
to
that they
communicate.
can then send us, all the board members, their answers, and it's posted. The community can see that.
I think
Not
we're making
everybody.
it something that's bigger than what it should be. I think to this point, I can't speak for previous board members and how they wanted to talk about the color of the carpet at length.
But I can,
Okay.
so let me.
Okay.
Because I am the previous board member, one of them. And I know that the references being made was because of Ms. Bravo's questions. And I know you just didn't say my name. Because questions had to be asked. There was no information given to us. We weren't able to ask questions like we are now. We couldn't ask questions in advance. And then when they didn't provide data or information, you had to ask questions. So yes, meetings were lengthy because we didn't get information like we asked for until the day of the meeting. So yes, I'm the one.
But how long
And-
ago were you talking?
Oh, let me finish, please. Let me finish, Mr. Rogers. So yes, and I know that this constraint was put on there for me. There's no doubt in my mind. Let's just admit it. We know that. To cut the discussion. It wasn't student outcome. It's let's cut the board meetings down. And I agree, they got quite lengthy sometimes. But we had some heated topics sometimes that we had to discuss that went longer. Not all board meetings went that long. But when questions need to be asked, and Mr. Rodriguez is right, that we have to ask questions. We're not going to just sit there and not say anything. You know, people watching us live stream, we're just going to sit there and approve everything and not ask, and they're going to say, well, how come they didn't ask questions? What happened? You know, it's all perception. Are you being the board member I elected you to be to ask questions? Are you just going to sit there and vote on items? So let's call an ace an ace. You know, I know why it was put on there. There's no doubt in my mind. And we need to get this out now and be over with. Because this is what it's about. Discussing it and seeing if we agree with this. I don't mind a limitation. You know, if you want to limit it, that's fine. But 2 minutes, that's unheard of. I don't know who came up with a 2-minute timeline. Somebody did, who did the constraints. But not even the citizen. They have 3 minutes. That is just crazy. And yeah, the board president can extend the time, but during the time the board president was there, she never extended any time to anybody. It was, you have 2 minutes, you're done, and that's it. You know, I'm trying to do my job to allow everyone to speak once, maybe twice, to give everybody time, because 2 minutes is not enough. But I don't agree with the 2 minutes. And me personally, this is not a student outcome. This is about the tracker, the time, the length of the minutes, of the meetings. That's what it's about. And that's my opinion.
So I say that it has to do with student outcomes, because if we don't talk about student outcomes and the majority of the meeting is going to be not student outcomes, then it does have to do with student outcomes, because we're not devoting it the time that we
So
need.
would it
The
be
student
helpful?
outcome portion of the agenda doesn't have a limitation.
So
So
would
we
it
can
be,
talk about student outcomes all night long when it comes to the agenda.
right,
Yes,
so,
sir.
so would it be helpful if, two options? Well, there's actually a third option, fourth option. Fourth option is leave it, third option is take it off. Another option is add a minute so it's comparable, so now you have
Or
3 minutes.
5 or 10 or
whatever.
something else.
But the other is, I wonder if it's the board's discussion of non-student outcome agenda items, okay, will not exceed whatever the number is. Because then that categorizes and says, we're going to spend our time talking about student outcomes. So would that help? Because I get, right now, it seems so broad that maybe if we said a non-student outcome, and that's how it supports the student outcome aspects. Is that?
That's what we do.
Yeah, that's what's happening now.
That's what we
The
do.
lawyer's gonna tell you no,
Yeah.
okay? The lawyer's gonna tell you that's mischief, that's a disaster right now. Because what's gonna happen is that trustees, people are gonna have disagreements, okay? And the people that disagree, that may not be in the minority, are protected because they have a right to get agenda items on under our operating procedures. If you say no more than a certain number of items, you create the opportunity for tyranny by the president, which is, the president is the presiding officer, but not the chief executive of the board. So my recommendation is that we do not do that, because that kind of impairs the rights of the individual trustees to seek what they want to get on the agenda.
So how does
You're
it limit the
saying
number of
not to
items?
put what? I'm confused. You're saying not to put what?
No, he suggested that they put a limit on the number of items that people.
No, not the number of items.
Nobody said.
I didn't say that. I said,
He just said to put on there that if it's a non-student outcome, that then the discussion gets moved.
But we do that.
But we do that now.
right, so again, remember, constraint just says we operate within, we don't cross that line. So if now you're not crossing that line, then does that work, I guess? I wasn't limiting the number of items.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you for saying it, because I thought,
The
no,
board
that's not what I said.
meeting should be a meeting of action, not of getting information. That information should be gotten before you come to the board meeting, whether it's from the superintendent, providing information at least, 2 weeks ahead of time, asking questions, but it should be a meeting of action. That's why most everything starts on the consent agenda, because hopefully you have gotten information ahead of time. It's not like anyone's trying to keep you from having information. It's just the time that you get it is not necessary at the board meeting per se.
Ms. Elliott, if I may interject, would you not agree that if we are currently submitting questions to Dr. Flores ahead of time, because I think I submit a lot, and so does Gilbert, so I have a lot of questions, and we get answers, and I know he tries real hard to get the answers to us before the meeting, so that if we have a follow-up, I can either pick up the phone, or email him back and say, thank you, but I have a follow-up. But if there's times when we don't get it, like until the day of the meeting, and I have a follow-up, there's not enough time to ask a follow-up question, so you ask it at the meeting. Because not every answer they're going to give you is going to be conclusive to what your question was. So there will be times in the consent item that you're going to have a follow-up, that you're going to need to pull it to get that follow-up question to make a decision.
Well, and sometimes when we pull, really, that should probably go on the next board meeting. Because if I'm pulling something and the superintendent hasn't had time maybe to even get that information, all right? If I do it at the last minute, then it's usually a practice to say, okay, we're going to take this and put it on the next, as an agenda item for the next board meeting, instead of addressing it now with limited information and taking a lot of board time to talk about something that we have limited information on. The whole point of this is to streamline your board meetings.
Right.
And to keep the board focused on student outcomes, which is your number one priority as a board. Boards are not managerial.
Right.
They are governance. And there's a differentiation there. So that is why so much of this goes on ahead of time, so you can get a lot of information and a lot of questions answered before you ever come to board meeting.
Right.
You know, and that in itself will streamline your board meeting. And there shouldn't be any board member who is confused about anything because they've had every ample opportunity to ask those questions and get those answers ahead of time.
Right.
And of course, if this is in board book or whatever you were using at this time, all of that is available. That's open information.
Absolutely. So you're recommending that if we have follow-up questions to an item, that at the day of the meeting under consent, we table those items that we're not ready to make a decision on.
If you're not ready to make a decision, I mean, I can't tell you what to do.
Right.
You can definitely pull whatever. I'm just saying Lone Star Governance advocates, you know, not pulling agenda items immediately. You know, like going to a board meeting saying, oh, I don't know enough about this, I'm just going to pull it. So it just makes it much easier for the superintendent and for everybody involved, that if you table it and postpone it to the next meeting, you get a lot more information and more valid information because you've been able to do the research on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I guess the answer is, if there's a follow-up question, we're just going to pull items.
Well, but it also, under structure, Lone Star Governance says, board members receive the final version of the materials to be voted on at least 7 calendar days in advance of the board authorized public meeting during which the materials would be considered. We're not getting them 7 days prior. We're getting them the Friday before the Wednesday meeting. So that doesn't give us any time to be asking questions and follow-up questions to get that and to get the material and for it to get posted for everyone to see. So we're not following that. And that's why we're in the predicament that we're at, because we're still wanting to find out information the day or the day of the meeting, because we're not getting the final version 7 days prior like we used to.
And I think that needs to be a process that is addressed. But here again, you're right. If it's not coming in timely fashion, then I see where you are, Ms. Pryor, on that. But that's just something that you work out.
That should be in the board operating procedures.
Well, you just work it out with your
That's
superintendent.
where that should be.
Yeah.
Well, we were getting the agendas 2 weeks before.
There are
or whatever.
some
A week
we'll
before.
find out. We could look at it.
Ten
Even, you know, 2 weeks is
That
a lot of
has to
time.
be.
A week.
days.
We're just asking for a week. Give it to us Wednesday, the Wednesday before the Wednesday. And it gives us, you know, those days, you know.
Is there a concern with you doing that, Ms. Brown?
No, in fact, Dr. Flores and I have had a conversation on that, and I think he had mentioned also, and I agree, I think that's a lot of time, because staff continuously has things to put on the agenda. It's not just a final agenda when you send it out.
Well, and the thing is that when we walked in, there was a calendar
There
that's
was a
being
calendar.
set.
Right.
And I was
So
still
the
getting,
calendar
getting acclimated
Right.
to the Lone Star Governance approach that was
Right.
already established, you as well as board
Absolutely.
president. So we were trying to make the best sense of it. Somewhere along the way, that became a thing of the past that no
Right.
longer was important.
So I think Dr. Flores and I need to sit down and
Yeah.
revisit the calendar and the timeline.
Yeah.
Because there was a calendar.
The other thing that we run into when folks ask questions is the level of granularity that you're asking. Because it's tough, like I know that you folks sent us questions to ask, and it's a long list of questions that have a lot of details to it that even right now, I was asking today at 4 o'clock, I was like, where are we with those questions? And certain people have been able to get us that information, certain people are still working on it, because the level of information that you're looking on a consent agenda item, of information that you're looking for, a lot of times is going, how deep do you want to go?
Right.
And you say, well, I want to make an informed decision. Well, this is why it's a consent agenda item, because it should be something that should be considered routine in nature and something we do in a cyclical way. So when you start asking the kinds of questions that you're asking, it's like, how deep do you want to go so that you can make what? Like what kind of decision on a consent agenda?
I think now we're talking about, my questions always come from the reports. Very few times my questions come from the consent item. And that's when something, me personally, when I see a cost associated with it that I feel is astronomical, that I need justification for, because we are responsible for financial oversight, I'm gonna ask questions. But my questions mostly come from the presentations. That's where my questions come.
And if there are presentations related to the student performance, student outcomes, you can do that, like, you can have all the time in the world to ask those.
And I think if the more information we get on the summary sheet as well, on that little block, that helps, you know, give us more detailed information on that summary block, and that'll answer a lot of the questions probably we had that were not included. It's gotten a little better, because I think I had mentioned that before, it was very vague. Back when the CFO was there, we weren't getting much information. But the more information you can provide us on that summary sheet in that block, that helps answer our questions.
So where's the middle ground here, guys?
I think we should keep it, but we should increase maybe 5 minutes.
Because if I'm the board president, and let's just say, it's almost like a trap, right? If what Ms. Potter was saying is accurate, then it's not gonna go away, because then she'll be critiqued for extending the time. You know what I mean? It's just, if we want to make the middle ground 5 minutes, okay. I personally think that it should go away, but we're here to collaborate and negotiate. If we want to increase the minutes, and the way we have been operating is, this applies to Lone Star government items.
So adding that wording in, if it stays.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're
Or
fine
not.
with it, right. Even though that, yeah, because that's already our practice.
Right.
That's what we
Just
do.
reflects
It just reflects.
And it should be specific, it doesn't say non-LSG or
Right.
student outcome.
Others?
That's your presentation.
Yes.
Do
I'll
you
type
want
it.
us,
Board's
we can
decision
jump in?
of
It's a
any-
Google
No,
Doc.
that's actually,
It's on PowerPoint.
It's a board construct.
Non-student
Yeah, it's a
outcomes,
board.
agenda item. Okay.
Right, but it's on, that was your presentation.
Yes, it's on this.
An operating procedure.
It's on our monitor.
I'm sorry, I missed what you
Get
said.
it to you.
Was it a question to us? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think Elder just said,
It would say something like, the board's discussion on any non-student outcome agenda item will not exceed.
Can you say what?
Well, it could be LSG. I mean, yeah, if you want to make it broader, that student outcome really keeps it focused, but if you want to make it LSG, you can do LSG, and then whatever the 5 minutes would, whatever,
Whatever time you need.
yeah, whatever that looks. If that's, as you said, if that's a common ground, then
I personally think that 35 minutes on an item that's not student outcome related is too much. Because there's dialogue in between as well, so if we pull something and then I have to ask admin or the presenter or whoever a question, because that's what's going on normally, we pull it and then we ask questions. So then they take 2 to 5 minutes to answer, and then somebody else can ask a follow-up or whatever. So that discussion of 35 minutes that you're allowing the trustees will now turn into, 45 or 50 minutes possibly on the whole discussion.
I'm saying equal to citizens that we
so you're saying.
I'm good with 3
3
minutes.
minutes is good. I agree.
I'm good with that, Mr. Flores.
I'm just, the voice in the wilderness, okay? The elephant in the room, guys, is this discussion about reopening schools. You're passionate about it. Do you really want to get told to shut up after 2 minutes?
Yep.
Or do you want
The
to,
board-
do you
the
want to
board
have,
president has
do you
the
want to have
discretion.
your say with respect to, no, not just you, everybody? This is an important issue that people feel strongly about. So there are some that are more important. What color to paint the circle in the gymnasium, I get it, okay? But there are some things that are fundamental to the direction of this district. And everybody should be heard with respect to their opinion on that, because it matters in terms of that. And everybody ought to have their say about those things and feel that they had the right to say their piece. So that there are certain things that I wouldn't just say hard and fast, because there's stuff's going to come up, and this is one of them, and we're headed there pretty quick, where you guys are going to want to go at it, and that's fair in terms of what's out there. This is an important decision coming up that ought to be fully vetted before it's made, and it ought to be fully vetted in public so that the community can hear the pros and cons about the discussion with respect to why we're doing this, why it's a bad idea. All of this ought to be fully vetted. That was one of the complaints about the last time, is it kind of got pushed through and it wasn't fully vetted, and there was a reaction to that in terms of what's out there.
Because
So
that should probably be happening in community meetings that are open dialogue with everyone.
a school board meeting is a community meeting,
Not
guys.
necessarily, sir.
I have a question, Ms. Prado.
Board meeting is
Ms.
a
Prado,
board meeting,
I have a
yes.
question.
Yes.
Do you feel like with the sentence that's in there right now that says the board president has his or her discretion and extended, do you not feel like you could take that discussion on the school item and before we even discuss the reopening of schools,
Right.
say that this discussion is not gonna be limited to 2 minutes or 4
Right.
minutes
And
or
I think
however
I've
many
done that
minutes?
before. if I'm
Yeah,
not
if you
mistaken.
do a
So
bypass,
that
that's fine.
sentence right there, I think takes care of any inequalities that you may feel.
I guess my concern about that is if I'm doing it for one item, and maybe I feel that it's an item where we need more time, and maybe a board member has another item that I don't feel needs more time, and I don't extend that time, am I going to get criticized for that?
Yes, you are.
You know, so.
That's the trial.
You're gonna get criticized no matter what. This is a
Always.
protection, this is a protection, or an overall protection that says the board should be focused on student outcomes. That's all that is. And it doesn't mean that you don't have the right to extend time as a board president. You're the board president right now, she may be the board president next time, whatever. Y'all have that discretion, y'all have that right at that time to discuss whatever you think is pertinent and extend that conversation.
Okay, that's fine. Then let's go with 3 minutes. We'll equal the citizens to be heard. We're on record as saying that, we're not going to be critiqued. Everything
No, we
that
are gonna
everybody's
be
saying,
critiqued.
right, but at least we're having the conversation what everybody's concerns are, and it's on record now. So I'm okay with the 3 minutes. Let's just equal the citizens to be heard, if everybody wants to do that.
That's fine with me.
I'm fine with that.
Lenny?
Ms. Prado?
That's fine.
Okay.
So they're working over there, making the adjustments so that you can see it up here.
Okay.
And we drew a line to the last one already.
While that's coming up, my opinion is that the way the agenda calendar was set and this whole limitation on 2 minutes, the minority is hamstrung, right? Where you can't submit agenda items, it was hamstringing the board of trustees. That's my opinion.
Well, you just said the minority, so right now I'm in the minority and I still want a time limitation on that.
Right.
I'm the board minority right now. Y'all are board
this
majority.
To this
I'm the
point.
board minority. I'm still okay with leaving it at 2 minutes even. I'm telling you that right now, as the person in the minority.
Right. So when I was sitting out here and I could see the minority, it was the exact opposite.
That's right.
So, but we agreed on 3 minutes, and okay. That's fine.
I know we're on the constraint and they're making the changes, so I'd like to ask a question on, I know I'm going back and I apologize, on the goals that we just set, can we not include like a goal to get our rating changed from a D to a B? And maybe a goal to change that we're not going to have 5 IR campuses, that we're going to have no IR campuses?
That would be more appropriate and constrained, and here's the reason.
Okay.
Remember, the student outcome goals are defined as what a student knows and is able to do. So what you've described are adult behaviors. Okay? So that's what precludes it from being there as a student outcome goal. It could be a constraint that it says something like the superintendent will not allow the number of IR campuses to increase. That's an example of that, okay? So it sets a parameter. That's an adult behavior, okay, but it fits under a constraint.
So it could be included in the constraints then?
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, I think he has some suggestions of that. Okay. So, they're changing that?
If they changed it to 3 minutes,
Second line.
Oh, okay.
it's the word three instead of
But the wording on any agenda item is going to change.
Yes, we need to, and then we need to change on,
Right, so it's not 14, we
No.
have more, so you go 3
No,
minutes.
that's
21 minutes.
21 minutes.
Math has been a problem.
The math is gonna be a problem.
It's gonna get a hold of us.
And then change it for any non-student outcome goal
So I-
item.
Higher, non-student outcome.
So which next constraint do y'all want to look at?
I think number 2 is fine.
Can you read number 2 for us, please, since it's,
The board will not allow the introduction of new information or materials related to agenda items once the agenda is posted.
I think we've been fine with that.
So does everybody agree?
I agree.
I didn't hear it
Okay,
again.
so Barb?
maybe?
Well, I think the first question, I'm sorry, I think the first question, I feel like the first question we should be asking ourselves is, should this be on? Not, what do you think about, unless it's all encompassing, not that I have an issue with this particular constraint, but I feel like I take the approach of, do we need that to have this on? Because we're limited, right?
So can you see it again?
No less than 3?
The board will not allow the introduction of new information or materials related to agenda items once the agenda is posted.
So Gilbert, to your question, wherever you want to start, I mean, that's a good question either way. Here's again on page 30, on vision 3, under preparing to focus, it says 1 to 5. So that would make you think that 1 could be okay.
Right.
But when you go over to meet focus, it says the board has adopted 3 to 5 self-constraints. So that's where the 3 comes in. So let's say you had 2, you could get to at least approaches, but you would, if you only had 2, you'd have to get another one in order to move past that one, okay? So just in the transparency issue.
And I think that's important to have in there, because how can you make an informative decision if you're just going to see if you're going to get some materials introduced to you that moment that you're having the meeting.
Well, and I
You
think
can't make an informative decision if you're seeing the material for the first time.
Well, it comes back to the previous conversation
Right.
about just at the last minute, I'm going to need to make a decision, and it's just, yeah. So, and Ms. Bradley, I think you were saying you've taken care of that, or it's
Right,
not-
I don't have a problem with that. My question is, the constraint that we have on ourselves regarding that item, is that a constraint that we currently have also for the superintendent? Because if it's not, I think it needs to be added.
Which one, the introduction of?
The board will not allow the introduction of new information or materials related to the agenda items once the agenda is posted. So is that something under the board superintendent's constraint as well?
Does that directly relate to the student outcomes?
Well,
Because, and I think
So
we've
it's up
discussed
to
that
you.
before, there have been times, and it hasn't been recently with Dr. Flores, but we were getting material from staff at the last minute for an updated version. And that doesn't give us time to look at the changes and compare one to the other. So should that apply also to administration?
But if you were to constrain the superintendent that way, and you were to ask questions.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Are these conversations between the board and superintendent, or everybody that's sitting at the table?
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I believe that he definitely.
I'm just seeking
I
clarification.
would not have asked my chiefs to stay here if they weren't going to be part of the
Well, so that
conversation.
hence me asking the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Go
so,
ahead, sir. You were saying?
So once again, if you're asking us questions after the agenda's posted, if you want us to respond with information, and you've then constrained him so we can't provide you information, how does that align with your goal?
That's a good question, because I keep asking myself the same question over and over. How are any of these constraints are directly related to student outcomes? It's like some are, some aren't. What are we trying to accomplish? Should they not? They need to be?
so they
That's my
should,
first question.
okay, so they should support the achievement of student outcome goals, yes. They should also contribute to the board's effectiveness in its meetings and its efficiency in terms of the Lone Star governance. So one of the things, for example, I'll mention, the goal should be meetings around 2 hours. That's kind of what the target is, okay? So are any of our behaviors making that more of a challenge or whatever? Okay, so would a constraint help us be more sensitive to that? Equally, would be something like, just lost it. Sorry, I lost it. So I'll stick with the time one. But the other thing is just gone, sorry. It is.
So follow-up question. Can or should or a board constraint be I don't want to use the word a reminder or whatever because we just discussed it about policy, right? Of reviewing the board procedures. So can a constraint be something that's consistent with policy or part of a policy?
It shouldn't be because it's redundant. No?
Right. Well, and you're right. And the reason I asked that is, let me just clear the chase. So I looked at the board, if I may, these board constraints that are existing, and these are just board constraints that I typed up. And you guys can tell me whether they're valid or they apply or don't apply, or if they're worded incorrectly.
Can I read something from the manual
Yes,
before
ma'am.
you read that? It says board constraints. Separate from the constraints on the superintendent's authority, the board has adopted 3 to 5 self-constraints on its own behavior and self-evaluates against one each month.
Self-behavior.
Self-behavior.
Right. So what I'm about to read fall under self-behavior category. Okay. Board members will respect the majority decision as a decision of the board. Is that behavior? Because if the majority implements policy and then those who voted against it are on the way out the door or amongst constituents not supportive of that, would that be a valid constraint?
That's board behavior.
It's board behavior, and a constraint would have to be switched the other way. It would not be disrespectful of
Shall
that.
not disrespect.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a second one that I typed up.
And I'd add to it related to student performance outcomes.
So always never.
And measurable.
Yeah, because you're going to have to come up with measurements, but that's where I would, you'd switch it to the other way and switch it to the focus being student outcome
So
decisions.
board members will provide oversight and examine, measure, inspect, and direct to protect the integrity of the district.
Say it again?
Board members will provide oversight and examine, measure, inspect, and direct to protect the integrity of the district.
The first part of that's already in law.
It's law.
Right.
Should be and it should be the board, not board members.
Right.
Board members will make no personal promises or take private action that may compromise their performance or responsibilities.
Isn't that part of ethics?
You're exactly right. Where I got these from is the Code of Ethics.
Right, so that you're already bound by the code of ethics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I lawyer something a little bit for a second? If you, just what you said, if the constraint is that we should have 2-hour meetings or 2.5-hour meetings, why don't we just say let's have 3-hour, 2.5-hour meetings? Here's why, okay? We did all this stuff to control what's said. You can't control information that gets brought to the board. It violates the speech and debate clause of the United States and the state constitution. Now, you can say you can't pass out the evidence, but you can read it because you have an absolute right, every trustee does, to to state their opinion with respect to the matter that's on the floor for debate. That's a constitutionally protected right.
I don't think
The
we've ever
super-
said we don't want to limit the information we get. We're
Yeah,
just
that's
saying,
exactly what it says.
what we don't want to do is get the information the day of the meeting
You
and not have
can't
enough time
stop
to process.
somebody from giving the information without violating their constitutional rights. That you can't, okay? The superintendent has a right under statute to make a recommendation. He can't predict what that recommendation is going to be because it's not clairvoyant with respect to how the conversation is going to go during the course of the meeting. It doesn't always work that way. So the superintendent needs to listen to what's going on. When he gets asked questions, ought to be able to answer them, whether he's provided data or not, in terms of what's out there. It seems to me like you're trying to protect the length of the meeting through indirect measures. Do it directly. Just say, meeting shouldn't be more than 2.5 hours. Okay, and we can put the stopwatch on it, boom, and we either made it this month or we don't. We ask the president to preside over the meeting to keep the deliberations within, so that we can get through it. Okay? When you start going on individual constraints, the lawyer gets a little kind of nervous about saying, I can't tell the board members, they're going to call on me to say, shut them up because they brought new information to me. And I'm going to say, constitutional rights. They have a right to, under the speech and debate clause, to say what they want to say with respect to their position on the item. So, and I can say you can't pass it out because you didn't provide it in advance. That'll keep you from reading it. Okay, so that, because we can't keep you from reading it. So
I understand that you can't keep us from reading it. We're going to read it, but to make an informative decision is a different story.
No, but what I'm suggesting to you is we're trying to create all these little hurdles to shorten the meetings. Okay? And what we ended up doing is having procedural arguments with respect to whether or not the procedure worked or not to shorten the meeting. What we should do is, we should say, we should not have meetings over a certain period of time, and we're going to hit the stopwatch when it starts, and by God, we're going to be done, okay? And if that's what you're trying to do it directly rather than indirectly. Just say, which the mind can absorb what the seat can endure. So we put an outside time limit on it and leave it up to the chair to enforce it.
I don't think LSG is trying to just say you have a 2.5-hour meeting, end of story. The whole point of governance, period, especially school governance, is to put the focus back on why you were elected to begin with, which is student outcomes, what students know and are able to do. What students know and are able to do.
Okay, then we say we put 60% of all of the time, seat time, board time ought to be on student outcomes. Do it directly.
50%.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's not that we could do that to create rather than an indirect control. We just put a direct control on it. That's all. It's not. I'm not against the goal. I'm trying to
we should get to where we
I'm
have
trying to
about
not
50%
squabble
of our
about
time.
procedural issues.
It's the fact that boards, and it's not just LSG, it's student outcomes focused governance nationwide. It is, when we look at policy governance, we're talking governance period, okay? Policy governance has constraints. I mean, doesn't matter what governance form you're using. But the whole point in this, especially for education, is to take the focus from the stuff, from the managerial pieces, back to student outcomes. School boards are not to be managers. They are to be governors, which really is more powerful in the sense that you can impact the lives of children. So it's not about just a 2.5-hour meeting. It's what you do within that 2.5-hour meeting. That your people, that your community that comes can hear you and see you totally focusing on the needs of their children.
So put the, and I'm not against it, do the directing straight though.
At all.
So we don't get into squabbles about whether or not you turned in the paper at the
Okay,
day before and all that.
So,
I'm gonna bring out my legal sheet.
you guys have
Because
heard,
we started down that road,
So-
and I'm trying to get back to discussing the matters, not discussing the procedure.
right, so, based on number 2, where are you?
So
right
that's
now?
all.
I mean, what are your thoughts? You've heard from different people, just now it's you guys.
Well, I agree. I think not to introduce, you can't just come and start handing things out. I agree. But I think, I agree with Kevin, if I have some information that I want to share, I'm not going to hand it out, but I can read, it's like reading from my notes. It makes no difference. You know, I don't have to hand anything out, I can have my notes. And I can say, well, you know, this item, I like Gilbert researches a lot. You know, I researched and this is what I found. So I should be able to read from my notes. And so not hand it out, I understand that, but I can read to try and get my point across on an item. So to introduce it, to hand out, maybe we ought to specify you're not allowed to hand out material at the last minute. I think that's okay.
And I think that's what the intent is here. I think because it's so broad, I mean, we're trying to envision all the different kinds of, does it mean I don't speak? Does it mean I don't hand out? Does it mean I don't signal? I mean, it's a number of different things. And so I think, exactly. So how do we, so Kevin shared a couple things. Number one, you know, do we just want to jump to just meetings will not be more than 2 hours, but, you know, which is already in the manual itself. But I think the issue is just, people don't want to be surprised. They want to be able to make informed decisions. It's kind
And
of how it
this
works.
all goes back to your point, is the agenda being given out with enough notice, right? Because then you could introduce whatever materials you want, because you got 7 days. So put it in the agenda packet, put it in the backup information, and you're done. When you have the agenda Friday and the meeting's Wednesday, nobody's gonna work on it Friday, the weekend. It's like Monday, Tuesday is really the only
I do.
days that you,
And I think I have given backup information to be posted on agenda items that I have submitted on my questions, and I've asked you to please put it as backup information. So I try, if I have any backup information, I know that says, so I try to give it to administration so they can put it on the board book. So I think I'm cognizant of that. I realize that.
Is any of this addressed, in this particular item, in your board operating procedures? Do y'all talk about how you get stuff on the agenda?
I don't think so.
I don't think it says anything specific
No,
to
I don't
this.
think it does.
I believe that's actually in board policy, not in
Yeah, I don't think
operating
it does.
procedures. Because there was.
Here's an example, Connie, that I'll give you. Had you allowed me to put the Kaizen item on the agenda like I asked you, right? And then I show up the day of the meeting the day of the regular scheduled board meeting with all this information about Kaizen that I didn't provide earlier, right? And I show up to the meeting and I just start handing this out and say, look guys, here's some really valuable information on what I think Kaizen repurpose should be. And it's the day of the meeting and I'm giving it to you. Is that fair to y'all? Is it fair to anybody? I'm bringing this meeting, this information to the meeting on the day of the meeting. You haven't had time to read it. What if it's 5 pages? What if it's 10 pages? Because it's all this great information that I have. And I feel like it's important.
Right.
I should have submitted it.
I think Ms. Elliott alluded to, if you're not ready to make a decision, then you have the option to table it, right?
Exactly. Plus, it's what the United States Congress does, it's what the Texas legislature does, it's what virtually every governance board does with things. That you can bring information to the debate. You can.
I'm not saying you can't.
That's how they do it.
I'm not saying you can't. This is just a procedure thing. It's something that we're saying as a board, that as a practice, we will not try to do so that we can limit our time as a meeting. And I don't think anybody's saying that we want to break any laws. I don't think this is not about any of that. What this is about is these board members right here and the superintendent coming to a level of trust right? And this means that there's items right now that we're not trusting each other on. So instead of just talking it out and hoping that we can all follow the rules, let's put constraints on ourselves to make sure that we follow some guidelines here on how to run a meeting, right? We shouldn't have to do this, but this is practice information. This is general practice. This is what we think we should be doing to run a meeting more efficiently, more productively, focusing on the right things. That's what Lone Star governance is. It's just a practice. Nobody's saying anything about laws.
Right. No, what you're describing is completely fair, so does it belong as a constraint or does it belong in board policy?
I mean, if we're trying to control a behavior, then yeah, it should be in board policy, right? Because then no matter who's the president, no matter who's running the show, minority, majority, at least it's in there, and there's a control mechanism, right? So this is just a way to run meetings efficiently as a practice. That's all this is.
And I have the board operating procedures, and it does nothing in
Okay, so guys, it's your decision that you want to keep or change it, whether.
I don't have a problem. We can leave number 2 there. I have no problem with it.
Okay, so that's 1. Who else?
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, that's 2. 3.
I don't have a problem with
4.
They need to be talking about the merits of the.
I mean, until, again, flexibility, right? You can always come back and revisit it.
Right.
You can leave it there for now.
Okay, it's fine. I think it's, okay. All right, so then it leaves us with the top one. The board collectively and trustees individually will not perform or appear to perform either roles delegated to the superintendent.
That's fine.
I agree.
I'd like to go back to number 3, and I have a question for Ms. Elliott on that. Ms. Elliott, my question is on the, keeping our meetings at 2 hours. So if we adjust that to just saying that we must keep our meetings at 2 minutes with 50% of it.
2 hours.
In 2 hours, with 50% of that as student outcome, will that suffice?
Well, what are you going to do? Just cut it off at 2 hours no matter what?
Oh, yes, I mean, if we're limited to, because we've been limiting ourselves to 2 hours, not 2.5.
The constraints are for you to write, they're not for me to write. And for you to look at the framework, and basically, our goal is for you to have a meeting that's somewhere in the vicinity of 2 hours.
Right.
All right? And 50% of it would be student outcomes.
Right.
Okay, student outcome goals. All right.
So an hour of that meeting has to be student outcome goals. But there are times where there's maybe presentation reports on Lone Star governance or constraints or goal measures or visions, that maybe the discussion is not 50%. So you're not going to have 50% of the meeting strictly on Lone Star governance. So how do you make up that time?
Well, your constraints are Lone Star governance. I mean, that is part of it. So, as long as you are, whether it's self-evaluation, or whether it's superintendent constraints, or whether it's student outcome goals, all that's going in the right direction.
Right.
Okay.
So, because we don't always meet the 50% because we've discussed it, we reviewed it, and it's less than 50%. And the rest of the items are consent and discussion of possible action. So we've not met that 50%. So when we evaluate ourselves, we're going to say, but we didn't have enough to discuss to meet that 50% as a student outcome.
Well, you should have enough. You should. And definitely, the main thing is that, this is Dr. Flores' report, okay? And he will make that report. But the 50% of whatever time frame you've got, like I said, just needs to be focused on the student. But it could be constraints. It could definitely, it's all part of one big ball of wax, so to speak. What you don't want to do, I'll be honest with you, there's been at least 1 or 2 meetings I came, I was at one, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing on student outcome goals.
Right.
Or constraints or anything. So,
And that's where we evaluate ourselves in our
Right.
quarter, which we're going to do in April as well.
Right.
But you're right, if there is, if it's based on the calendar on what reports are coming up, you know, if the report that is coming up is something that's not real lengthy, that is just a review and ask questions and it goes quickly, then we don't meet that 50%.
That may be a special call or something. So what does this apply? Does it apply to regular board meetings, special call meetings?
We can be at meetings.
But there too
50%
is
of
where,
them is masters. We can still be, accommodate the meets if the discussion doesn't, you know, let's say, we're on Lone Star governance issue, but then doesn't last the way we would want to.
Right.
But if we meet we can go and be at meets, and at 25% of that meeting be Lone Star governance, then we're okay.
Right, so what Homer is talking about is, remember, it's continuous improvement. So where is your X? Where are you starting? Okay, so let's just say it's at 10% right now. If you get to 25%, then you're at meets. Okay, what we're talking about, the gold standard, if you want, look, it's this master's. Remember the conversation we just had about student goals? Okay, the same thing. The master's level is 50%. If you exceed it, it's even better. Okay, and there are going to be times when probably you may exceed that. And there are going to be times when you don't. Okay.
Like tonight.
Right. We wait.
But it goes each meeting.
Yeah.
It doesn't carry over.
Right.
So question, okay?
And tonight is Lone Star Governance anyway.
Yeah.
So, going back to item number 3, I kind of, you know, I think our constraint should be that we limit our meetings to 2 hours. And you're right, someone said, well, the board president's going to have to make sure we're at 2 hours. And I think if we just make sure we get our 25% or whatever percentage it is at that meeting for the Lone Star governance, all the other issues will follow. And if there's something that we have to table at the end, at the 2 hours, then we table it for the next meeting. And that's when we control our 2 hours.
The only concern that I may have with that is that if we have something as a pressing deadline,
Right?
Yes.
like
So I think
MOUs and things like that, that if we miss the deadline.
Then you're going to have to identify and say, can we move up these items, you know, ahead of time so that we can get this done before the end of the meeting? It's going to be a change order of the day then, that's it. Say, these are pressing items, so let's deal with these first, and the others can wait.
Could you leave the caveat in there to allow you to go over if you needed to?
I'm sorry?
Could you leave the caveat in there to allow you to go over if you needed to?
I would see, Ms. Elliott just said 2.5, so I'm going to give that little
there is,
message there.
I'm not saying 2.5, I said that's just an idea, no more than 2 to 2.5 hours.
It's just more about how efficiently meetings can run, right?
Right, and I think, you know, we're learning, this is a learning process for the new superintendent and the new board, but I think we get it. I think we get Lone Star governance. The constraint is 2 hours, keep the meeting short. And I think we get it, and I think we need to, like Gilbert said, let's try it. If it doesn't work, then we come back to limiting the times that we're going to impose on ourselves. But let's give it a go, we're all adults. I think we know what the goal here, what our constraint is, you know.
Well, the main
Well,
purpose is,
so let me ask you this, do you think we've broken as a board the first one? So if we're being adults and being honest, have we broke that number 1?
No,
We haven't appeared to perform the roles delegated to the superintendent?
absolutely not.
Nope.
I'm sorry, you were speaking, Ms. Elliott.
I was just saying the whole purpose, as you said, was to streamline the board meeting. It was not to say that it was going to definitely be 2 hours or 2.5 hours,
Okay.
but it's to streamline it.
Right.
And to make it the most effective board meeting you can, focusing on student outcomes. No.
You said your piece.
I said my piece right now. Right now, I may say something in a few minutes.
So, if I may interject on the structure from Ms. Prado. To meets focus under structure, it says there are no more than 4 board authorized public meetings per month and none last more than 3 hours. That's the meets.
So it's 3 hours.
Yes, for the meets.
For meets.
But if you want to go with the masters, then it says there are no more than 3 public authorized, board authorized public meetings per month, and none last more than 2 hours.
And that's not.
That's masters.
That's
So
masters.
so three is
Vary.
meets
I mean,
and 2 is masters.
do we want to live on the 10? Everybody say, yeah, we do, but there's gonna be times where it's gonna, one time it's gonna be meets, and then next time it's gonna be a masters. I mean,
So we have the flexibility.
You have 3 shots at it, because remember, you have every quarter.
Right.
Okay, so you're not evaluating the whole year, it's not a one and done.
Right. Right. And I think you spoke to that at the training session where, you know, if we're a little bit short, then we kind of make it up on the next one, or if we're over, then, you know.
So,
I think we leave that constraint just the way it is.
so the idea for the agenda, with some structure on page 42, unfortunately, it's not something that we had printed out for you, but in the manual, the idea is to make them efficient, have efficient, effective meetings. And one way to do that is move more items into consent, which gets you into the approaches focus. Looking at it even deeper would be looking at the number of meetings that are held, each board authorized public meetings per month. Meets focus is 4, it goes down to 3 for masters focus. The hours go from 3 for meets down to 2 for masters. And then the most important part of this, I think, is the discussion topics. How many discussion topics do you have at each meeting? And prioritizing those discussion topics through a year-long calendar, because there are certain discussion topics that are always going to happen in this month. Are there certain discussion topics? But then there's those random ones that come up that you guys need to discuss, and where's going to be the most appropriate place to put them. And looking at it with those discussion topics, it's for meets focus, there's no more than 5 topics for any one board meeting. That's discussion topics. That's not Lone Star governance, student outcome goals. These are discussion topics. And then it goes down to 3 primary discussion topics at your board meetings for master's focus. So that's how you streamline, is putting more under the consent
But
and
that's one
fewer.
discussion topic.
Well, it's not a discussion, it doesn't count as that discussion topic if I remember correctly, it's late. So that one doesn't count, but then you have the 5 discussion topics, and then the 3 to get to that master's focus. And so that's how you streamline and make effective meetings. It's not putting 20 discussion topics on there, where it's going to take 21 minutes.
Right.
Or more with your approval of what that's going to look like. So moving more to consent, leaving them in consent, because you have your questions answered, limiting the number of discussion topics, the important discussion topics. What's priority for that month? Maybe, you know, there's some MOUs that have come up at certain things that maybe need to be at a discussion and not on the consent. Maybe they need to be on consent because it's something that, you know, supports, it's routine. So it's how do
So
we
you
look
could
at...
move some of those that are consent items to discussion items. If there's follow-up, but how do you know if there's follow-up questions?
It's not, I think we talk about this already, about the questions, about what you suggested, that it may go to the next month's agenda, so that everyone's prepared. It could be tabled as an option. Not saying that that's the way it's always going to be, but just looking at it through those lenses of, it's not, how do we just say, this is as much time as we have, or this is kind of like what y'all were talking about there, because there's important things that you guys got to talk about, you have to talk about.
We shouldn't cap ourselves.
And so, when you look at it through the lens of consent and number of discussion items, you're gonna see a more streamlined approach to the number of minutes for student outcome goals and for your discussion items. Because it's 50%. You have 50% on student outcome goals discussion, or anything Lone Star governance, not just limited to the goals. You're gonna have 50% to do your other business.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Well, board members, is everyone in agreement with the 21 minutes then, the way that is?
Yes. Let's see how it works this time.
Yes, check it out, see? Because it seems to be something that you've been using and it matches your practice. Because I've heard you ask to extend time.
Okay, so let's move then to superintendent constraints. I think you have some
good.
recommendations. which is a different, yes, we have to switch PowerPoint, sorry.
Well, do we have anywhere articulated the current one?
Yes, actually. Hold on just a second. It's
You have it in
in-
your presentation, and in your presentation.
Yes, but it's also on the handout we gave you, I
Yes,
believe.
yes.
So,
It's the one that's, it's this one, right, with the
Page
attendance?
four.
yes, 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 yes.
recurring, and then,
It's
Yeah,
the one
we're
approved
good.
August 22nd, and it's on page, yes, it's page 4, 5, and 6.
Starting at 4.
The current one, constraint number 1 is the superintendent will not allow student attendance fall below 94.98% elementary, 93.6 middle school, and 90% high school. That's constraint 1, that's existing. Constraint 2, the superintendent will not allow any campuses to have inequitable access to proficient staff or limit the autonomy to implement site-based staffing. And then the third one was the superintendent shall not limit academic choice program options at any level nor meet with community less than 3 times a year.
Right.
I don't think the superintendent is, this superintendent, the constraint about the community meeting doesn't apply to you. That was for the last superintendent.
Why shouldn't it apply?
Community meetings? Because I think on his own, he'll do 3 in a month.
Probably.
I mean, that's just
I mean,
the track record. I don't think that,
Okay, so let's.
I'm just saying,
Right, so what he's delivered is, exactly, so remember, in a constraint, you want to say, you have to operate within these rules. So if you want to say absolutely no less than 3, and he's at 30, then clearly. But I mean, if it's important to the board, okay, then it's, and he agrees, okay, then it's okay, because clearly, you know, like you said, his first week he did 10 or whatever, I'm making that up. But I mean, you know, that's okay. It may then be next year go, you know, maybe it's not, he got it. It's not, let's do a different constraint or whatever, and you look at it. So,
Yeah.
so I mean, yes, I mean, he's a,
Well, if we just went into reviewing the one that we have right now, if you look at the first one, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the superintendent should have at least 80%, you know, ability to have control over the constraint. And there's a lot of factors that go into attendance that you don't have control over. And there's a lot of things that, especially with the babies, it's the parents. And I mean, there's things that we can put in place, and believe me, we care greatly about having a high level of attendance and a high percentage of attendance. But to hold it as a constraint, I don't necessarily think it's the best approach. Not that it's not important, not that just because it's not a constraint that we don't care about it, or that we have measures in place to address that.
if this were wanted to be, some other places what they've done is said the superintendent will have no less than 2 programs that address student attendance. Yep. Then you focus on what does the superintendent have control over.
Right.
Okay, so that's an example of one where you're just saying because it's he or she has control over what are you doing to encourage it. But that's the
Can I have
programs.
examples of 2 programs?
Please.
What are 2 programs?
I mean, will they yield like a truancy program, like when you make efforts to go ahead and ensure we have, what's Gilbert, right? Gilbert's one that works with our truancy?
Yes, Gilbert Cavazos through the office of Denise Orozco. So,
Right.
I mean, these are our current practices, right, is trying to bring kids back. But I mean, I guess some examples could be incentivizing program for students with perfect attendance, you know, whether they have testing attendance, attend dances, right? I mean, there's a lot of different things that incentivize attendance, right? For the high school, it becomes a little harder because they have to hit the 90% rule to be able to meet graduation standards. So that's a little different. But those are just some kind of examples that I've experienced in my experience.
So we have control over placing programs in place. Now, how effective they are, that's something else to be determined. So if that's something that you want to focus on, by all means, we can move in that direction. I just don't think that to me is more like a goal than a constraint. Because you're trying to hit certain numbers and certain percentages with with performance.
So do you have any?
Well, and I know that we were talking about having a superintendent constraint that addressed like the number of failing campuses.
Right,
Right.
Agree.
Yeah, I know that we did talk about one, and I don't know if you want to take a look at it, if you want to switch it real quick. So I know that we had some discussions about this to propose, and one of the things that we talked about was not allowing campuses to experience more than consecutive years of an F rating for a campus, because we're no longer improvement required. That was the last year. Now all campuses are moving to a letter grade campus. And so we put this as was something that we would think would be something that would be a decent constraint to put in place. Because getting a campus out of IR status or an F status, it does take time, effort, and it's a lot of times there may be deep-rooted issues that you can't just fix in 1 year. The whole idea is that we avoid having campuses performing at a low level, and before we get to the limit of where we have to reconstitute, or we have to shut down the campuses and have the state do it for us, we would want to address those beforehand. And so this is just, again, a proposed constraint that we would say, this is something that we feel strongly that we know that we can have control over, because if there's staffing changes that need to happen, if we need to have a change in leadership, if we need to turn over teaching staff, there's a lot of things that we do have control over as an administrative team to be able to address those constraints. And they talk and they speak directly to how our campuses are performing, and not necessarily in a way where one thing is to look at the outcome goals of us performing at a higher clip. This is about, we don't want to be a D, and we don't want to be an F. So what can we do to address that? And for us, it's, because if you look at, like, for example, one of our campuses that we have, and pick any one of the 5 that we have. Right now, our goal is to reduce the amount of campuses that we have IR, and the ones that we have there is, can you guarantee that all are going to get out of IR? We feel confident that we can get a majority of those. I can't tell you that we're going to get all 5, but but this is year 1 for that campus, because again, we have a lot of campuses that are IR that have a brand new principal, and they have had like a big turnover in staff. They have to give a year to get established, see what kind of progress we're making. But then if we get into a consecutive year, then now it's really, the accountability starts falling on the staff that was charged with it. So this is something that we thought was something.
Can I?
Sure.
So this also refers back to what Mr. Lano was talking about, the peak and the iceberg, right, being wider at the bottom. So this constraint directly connects to the goals that we're proposing, right? So all focused on student outcomes, student academics, right? Focusing on the 3rd grade CCMR. So all those having a direct impact with the ratings that schools can possibly get if they're not meeting the standard. So we also make sure to try to tie it all back together, and I have constraints to kind of our standalones out here. It's bringing that alignment piece back to the work that we're doing.
Thoughts, feedback?
Yeah, I think I might be okay with this. I guess my curiosity would be, or question rather, would be the what you just stated about the new principal and et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
And let's just assume worst case scenario that we have a campus that got another F rating for the 2nd consecutive year, right? Not going to allow that to happen, let's say, because we're talking about this constraint. And then TEA comes in and says, we're shutting you guys down because, or we're closing this campus because you've gotten consecutive, blah, 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 blah.
That they have to hit for.
Right, okay, but are we gonna defend that? Are we gonna say, wait a minute, hold on, this is X, Y, Z, these are the reasons why, these are the measures we have in place? Are we gonna try to, or are we going to, or should we as the Board of Trustees have that expectation that that's gonna be the approach?
Yeah, no, that definitely will be the approach, because we have to be able to effectively articulate the measures that we're taking to address that issue.
Right.
None of us are happy we're going to have a campus be an IR or F rating for a 2nd consecutive year.
Right.
For us, that hot seat becomes even hotter for the principal and for everybody.
And for us too, right?
Well, it's all of us.
Right.
All of us are on the.
That's why I posed the question, because of the current campuses that we have. What if it happens again?
That would be, so this is it would be year 1. Right? Year 1, not year 2.
Current year 1.
This is current year 1 IR.
So it goes into
it would be year 2 IR.
Next year.
And that for us is, if we happen to have a campus that ends up being IR,
Come down.
this is where we're looking at, like, you have just this year to perform. You don't perform at the end of this year, we're making changes.
Right.
And if that's a superintendent constraint that the board is placing on us, we can't let those consecutive years I have a charge to make the necessary changes. Which again provides me the support that I need as well too, because feelings get involved in those kinds of situations, right? Because of the personnel that is there, whatever the case may be.
Well, my concern is CEA. That's my concern.
And so this is why we would say, when you hit the 40 years of consecutive IRs, when you really start looking at reconstitution and the current
We
legislature.
did it twice.
Right, and so, so this is for us more aggressive than that, because that is, we're not gonna get to that level. You better make some wholesale changes, superintendent, to make sure that we perform that as necessary. Do whatever needs to happen.
The constraint actually puts the restrictions more on the superintendent to act sooner.
Before the 4 years.
Exactly.
And also, if you were to implement a new program, say on an IR campus this year, you gotta allow at least 3 years to see the results of what this program, is
Sure.
achieving.
And that's not to say that we would not make decisions soon.
Right.
Because if you're having performance issues with the principal, if people are not showing up, whatever it is, at the end of the day, we can make it after 1 year.
Right.
But the charge is, don't let it more than 3, because at that point, that's completely on you for not taking any action. And soon,
So again, taking into account that all these contributing factors add to the rating, student attendance, staff attendance, effectiveness, teacher evaluations, all of these things are looked at.
For the rating.
Made right. So all of these are pieces that affect the rating, right? So knowing that as we're moving forward to making these analyses, we're looking at all of these pieces.
So that would be under his constraint progress measures.
Yes.
that's how we would work on developing.
On all
Yes,
the details.
on all of that.
Yes, on
And going back to Ms. Flores, if I may, the comment about, well, it's going to take about 3 years. The community is not going to wait 3 years. The community is going to look at every year to see have we progressed or not. And if we see an F this time, and we see an F the next time, we're not going to be sitting here.
And that's why I was speaking to that, because the kid,
Well, you have a
we
4-year
certainly,
term now.
we no, but but everything's on the table, right? TEA is, in my opinion,
Sure.
looking for an opportunity to come and drop the hammer. So I'm a little hesitant to say 3, because it may be 2. How would you feel with 2?
Well,
because
we had
not,
discussions about
Yeah, and so 2 already puts us next year,
right.
right? So, I mean,
This year.
because the 5 IR campuses, correct, so 5 IR campuses that are currently rated as that are that this year.
Right.
So we have one of those that doesn't come out for next year, that already violated that constraint.
Right.
Right? And so also knowing, right, that staffing decisions were made rolling into this year. We have some first-year principals in an IR campus right now, so to be fair to them and allow staff and to really focus on what student outcomes should be and refocusing, we want to be able to give our staff the opportunity to step up. Right? We don't want to just move them to failure or, a one and done. We don't want to do that, right? We definitely want to give them every opportunity to be better. So,
And
and 3 puts us at that mark to act before any type of state intervention.
Wholesale changes you're talking about.
I'm okay with this.
No, I'd like to see it from a D to an A.
That's what you call unrealistic. We're hopeful.
We're
hopeful.
That's the master's plan.
But I know the competition is selling
No, definitely, sir.
our letter grade, so they're
Oh, exactly.
tearing it up out there. And
None of us
so
are
they
happy.
can fill their buildings.
But I think we need to be proactive and showcase theirs too, right? I mean, if they get them too, they're going to get their letter grades too.
So just a point of clarification, Gilbert, to your question.
Sure.
At any time a district is either a D or F, there are already interventions. even year one. Okay,
Yes.
that they are required to send to TEA.
Yes.
So
Yes.
although it's not as severe as a closure or, reconstitution or whatever, there are already expectations that
Oh, yeah.
things are already happening this year. And I think that
Right now, we already have a target improvement plan. We
Right.
have a professional service provider from TA. TA is already involved, even though it was just last year that they had the IR designations. So this year, we're working on the implementation of the improvement plan, target improvement plan, and the professional service provider, working with all the principals and giving us recommendations based on what the...
And that's happening right now.
Yes.
That's happening, and to add to that, Ms. Rodriguez, is we are taking every opportunity also to learn from this PSP, right? So that we're not waiting for schools to go to IR to put in corrective measures, right? So we're meeting with her and we're getting feedback from her on what are things that we should be looking for as an administrative team so that that doesn't repeat itself, right? So although we may have campuses right now that aren't IR, we should be looking at every level with that level of specificity so that it doesn't roll into. So we're not just taking for granted that they're here, we're learning off of them and really looking at what are some critical data points to be looking at so that we're able to forecast and move forward.
I have a question for Mr. Nava. Since you've been here, knowing that we have a D rating, what is your projection of our letter score?
Watch out with that.
So, well, I mean, I'm hopeful that we can definitely move up at least one grade level. The big focus is getting these campuses off of IR because if we were already in the scores, those 5 schools would be Fs. So just getting those campuses out of IR status will default them to a D, some may even hit a C. That's going to help the trajectory of the school district move up. So definitely focusing on the IR, but not losing sight, because we also have some current campuses that are Ds too, and not losing sight that those go into IR.
And that was my next question.
Yes,
Are any
yes.
of those other campuses that are not currently IRs, do you foresee them going into IR?
Currently, we don't. We're taking benchmarks this week, right now, and so we're going to have a better gauge on that trajectory once those results are coming in. So as of right now, we don't foresee that. I also don't want to say that they want to sustain because I want to come to the conversation with a growth mindset. But until we get better data, we'll be in a better position to be able to forecast.
But I think we're trusting your data, so, I mean, to me, the last meetings or so have been, I think Sammy Shields have been positive. I feel,
We feel confident.
whatever you say is what we're gonna wear.
Right. Thank you.
Even the measures that you gave at the last meeting about, we have more on-site, all of that stuff.
Yes.
I'm hopeful as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
And
it.
I realize, just like the rest of us, you just got here too. So I think we're all of us collectively wanting the opportunity to put our policies and administrating and all that stuff in place so we can move forward.
Right. And the important thing, right, coming in is this is our current state, whatever that is, right? And not looking or blaming, this is where we're
Oh, we
at.
own it,
Yeah, this is where we're at. What is it that we can do collectively to still reach progress moving forward? The year's not over with. We got to teach every day. It's not a transitional year. Dr. Flores has been very key on telling us that although we have new people, the year's not over. I mean, this is still work. We're still working moving forward.
There's the one thing you can't always project is how the kid is going to feel that day, how he's going to perform that day. For as much, there's been countless teachers that work the entire year and the kid does great on that day. Some kids have testing anxiety. So those are the reasons why we can't just tell you fully confidently. Now, all of our progress measures and what we've been keeping an eye on is pointed in a positive direction. We're being a lot more intentional about that. But at the end of the day, when you really say, well, it's not until they perform on that one test, one day a year, that we're going to be able to kind of say, hey.
And some of the data that we've seen as of now, right, with benchmarks this week is we're already hitting measures in which campuses closed the year off last year. So we're already seeing some growth moving forward. Correct.
I'm okay with the first one.
Okay. I think the bottom line here, to bring conclusion to this, because I know we move on, the bottom line here is whatever in August shows up in the report, these 4 board members and the superintendent, even though they've only been here 6 months, 5 months, they're accountable. They're,
Too.
they're
Everybody is.
accountable. That's right, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Mallory.
No, and
You're there in that position, you're accountable, and I'm accountable,
Yes,
because I've been here,
Yes, ma'am.
so,
Yes, ma'am.
absolutely, and we're gonna be held accountable.
no, you're absolutely
So-
right, Ms. Bravo.
Superintendent's gonna hold you accountable, and we're gonna hold him accountable.
And-
That's the name of the game.
And that's exactly what we feel very strongly about, that that's something that we care about. We were all in agreement, there was like, we definitely need to have something like that, because none of us like wearing that letter.
And then once we get away from that, then we can change that, right?
Right, we can always adjust.
Which I appreciate Mr. Roscoe doing things in a room and figure out some.
Oh, no.
Where the dots are.
It's a team effort. Don't think that for 1 second that I just showed up.
Right now, I can grab that.
Yeah, no, she's,
I
yeah.
appreciate it.
She can definitely fly.
I still have, I'm reading that over again, and I'm thinking, okay, it's 3 consecutive years to not allow 3 consecutive years. So we're okay to allow the next year to be an F and the following to be an F? I mean, is that what that's saying, that, you know?
What we're saying
it's
is
okay
that-
to continue to get F, but we can't do it consecutive 3 years.
What we're saying is that it's definitely a constraint that has a limit, right? So it's a limit of what we're not, that at that point, you are directing me to say, you had better take action, this is a constraint. Anything short of that, we're not gonna be happy at all with what's happening there if we have it next year. We're
Yeah.
still, don't be surprised if we still may have changes and
Right.
and because the PSP will still be involved, the target improvement plan is gonna get
Right.
only more detailed, and we are going to still mobilize. The whole thing is that that's the end, that's the boundary line of what is allowable.
Right, and I think it's what you walked into, right? Like, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna go backwards.
Right.
I'm gonna go that way.
Right.
Okay, 2.
Sure. On the second one, we discussed about the need for community-based support services, and that's been something that has been a big point of focus for our administration. We understand that there are needs that extend beyond just what we teach in the classroom, based on what we've learned about our kids and our community. So I know that that's something that we have some key pieces in there that such as, for example, the service like communities in school, that's essentially social workers for us. And so these are big pieces that I know that at some point when they were having discussions about cuts and reductions, that was one of the things that was on the chopping block, from my understanding. And so you say, well, is that something that we value, that we find important, that we want to say, hey, no, we want to make sure that we keep these pieces in place. And so when you talk about those things, like, well, what we're really saying is we're building a budget for next year, like, hey, you can trim other pieces, but those community-based services that we're providing for the people of this community, we're going to make sure that those stay intact. Those are things that you don't want to see drop at the expense of something else. It becomes like an expendable thing. And so for us, in conversation with the team, we said this is something that we believe that is something else that is like, hey, don't let those community-based services drop. If anything, we can continue to increase more, but don't reduce the number of services that we're offering to the people of the community. It's a simple, straightforward one. But I mean, what do you guys think?
A lot of the conversation, I'm sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
a lot of the conversation that stemmed with this creation of this goal was around the board beliefs, right? Providing access, equitable access to students, making sure. So this encompasses, social service agencies, wraparound services, after-school programs, all of these pieces that help drive student outcomes. And so a lot of this, and we wanted to keep it simple, but it really, it stemmed from the board beliefs.
Right. And so that's another one. The third one, the superintendent will not allow a reduction of student transportation services. We know that has been a hot topic in the past. We do see a lot of our kids walking. We do see the need for transportation. If anything, if at all possible, and looking at how the legislative session is looking, they might actually increase some funding for transportation. So we're hopeful, crossing our fingers about that. And if we can increase it, by all means, but at no point should we be reducing transportation services. It's another one of those, you shall not, in an effort to cut costs, then you would be, that's one of the things that would be on the table to also look at, all right? We do have 2 more. If you want to go on to the next slide.
Before you flip it over,
Sure.
you don't have to think about it, but that one speaks to enrollment.
No, go back, go back.
Yes, so that one stemmed from attendance, right? So
Right.
attendance, as it was written before, didn't give our superintendent too much control. Here, it does, right? Because if we're providing routes for students to go to school,
Right.
we're not going to reduce that.
Right.
If we can increase it, then we can increase it, right? And so,
And if there's a kid standing around on the street corner while we go by, we're
no,
gonna...
that constraint provides Dr. Flores those pieces, right? So he can direct us to have more oversight over those types of pieces.
Because that was the big issue with the academic choices and the transportation. It was not a well thought out plan as far as transportation. It was a mess. Because I think I've given everybody a sample before. You've got a kid going to the STEM academy, and because he's enrolled in STEM, he gets transportation, and it's not 2-mile radius. But you have the same kid as the next door neighbor who's not at STEM, but is going to the same school, and he's not getting transportation. Now, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? And there's hazardous routes that were not approved by the previous board that should have been identified as hazardous route. And we need to make sure that if there's a hazardous route, that it get approved. Because a lot of kids were left behind that had to cross the Highway 16 going over to Zamora, and that was denied as a hazardous route. And that's just ridiculous.
No, that one's a hazardous route, Highway 16.
But it wasn't identified as a hazardous route, they didn't get busing.
Yeah, no, it is.
No, they didn't.
You're talking about from...
After they complained and everything, and picking it, then they got
I think
busing.
initially
But
it
they
was,
never got it.
but then it was on the news and then we changed it.
Yes.
No, I'm saying it did get approved though, it is now.
After.
Now it is.
After, it is now,
Oh.
but it wasn't then, because you all denied the hazardous route.
Right.
I fought for it.
So, if you want to take a look at some of these are also some suggested ones that we can consider. The superintendent now allow low-level campus culture satisfaction at the campus. We believe strongly kind of getting feedback from our people when we work at the specific campuses, and to put out surveys to get feedback to see what we can do to improve campus culture and morale. Those kinds of things we could deem to find important. And again, it's something that we would decide as a team, but definitely we thought that these are all that we could make a selection from and pick some, but that's something else that we put up there. And then the last one.
I'm sorry,
Sure.
so you would measure those with the surveys and meetings and...
Yes, and just to kind of give feedback and say, hey, how is this campus performing? And on top of that, we do a lot of visits. So I visit 2-3 campuses. I direct our staff to also, hey, go to the campuses, go be out there so we can see what's actually happening. You're not just hearing it third-hand, fourth-hand information from other folks.
It's from the students, from the administration. Is it all, it's from both?
Yes, it'll be inclusive, and there's also actually in the TPES evaluation system for our administrators, there's a piece of it.
So there's constraint progress measures that we can put in place there that we can find very beneficial. The last one is not allowing a reduction in the number of after-school programs in elementary schools. I mean, those are things that, again, we find very important. I know they're very valuable to our parents. A lot of parents work late hours. They can't quite pick up their kids. If there's kids that need to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we would want to be able to afford those things. That one thing that we don't want to do is just, again, one of those things that do we find that important enough to protect? Right. And so if we find that important enough to protect, then we can't touch it when we're looking at decisions as far as when we have to reduce costs and expenditures. So those are just some of the ones that we kind of looked at that we felt strongly about as a team. None of these are made by myself alone in my office. Everything is discussed with the group, and we all come to a consensus as to are these things that we feel strongly about that we think that the board would appreciate.
I have a question for Mr. Bauer. Another constraint in, you've gotten to 5. Are we limited to the number he can have?
Yes. Don't be giving me 20.
There's a constraint that I would like to see, although you have 5, and I
Well,
think
we
you're
don't
all
have to
very
keep all
good.
5. Ideally 3 is what we've been working on.
So he's proposed 5. Y'all can, again, y'all work through. We agree to 3, we agree to 4, or whatever. Or here's a substitute 1, and then there's that
I think we
possibility.
had 3 last time.
Sure.
The right ones were 3, now he's coming to 5, which is good. And I don't know if it's even a constraint, but we've always lacked in our first rating, and we have not achieved that 100, and it has to do with the administrative cost ratio, and with Dr. Flores and I have had discussions on this. The goal is to get to 100, and I know that, I think you've said that you've been working on that, or even Ms. Ritter has said they've been working on that to
Sure.
try and get us to that 100.
Right.
Because that does impact student income, as far as how much, if you're spending too much on administrative and not enough in instruction. So I think that does have an impact, but I don't know if that's something that can be applied to a constraint or to a progress measure, or where can that be put?
So as a constraint, it would have to be something like the superintendent will not allow the first rating to fall below.
100.
Below 100?
But if you do below
Like,
100,
like a 95,
that's
good enough.
that's not reasonable.
99.99.
I mean,
Not
honestly,
really,
just
right?
because it's really changed.
Right.
Okay, it's really changed. And so
Do they give you a letter grade?
they give you a letter grade,
we
but
had
they
to
also
hurry.
give you the numeric that goes
Yeah,
with that.
Yes.
And the letter grade is what, between 90 and 100?
minus.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
The data's not the year that you're doing right now, the data's behind.
Oh, that's
Yes.
true.
So
It's
it's
not
based,
exact.
it's based off your
Same.
prior year audited data, so
Right.
his first report will come from
Last
last year's
Right,
audited data.
exactly.
And then the way that the first report's designed is it's in conjunction with the Commissioner of Education and the Comptroller. And so it's, the data metrics are changed pretty much every time there's a new commissioner, and they do these multi-year rollouts. So we're like on a 5-year differentiation where every year it changes. It's not that we don't know what the changes are, because we do, they did at least tell us this time. They can again change them again.
But we are all of that.
It might be a difficult one to say that the superintendent has 80% control, like if the metric changes.
Right.
But if you were
I think
to, if you were to put like a ratio on it,
We've done well on all of
possibility.
as far as the exception of the administrative cost ratio.
You're gonna
It's
be
because
happy.
we're top heavy, that's what it is.
But we might want to focus on that. If that was the goal, then maybe the better constraint would be to focus on that element instead of to tie it to the first report or tie it to the first score basis, because it has so many variables in it that I don't know if it would achieve what you're looking for.
So the constraint would be having to do with the administrative cost ratio,
That might be a better approach, if that was your goal.
Mr. Goddard?
It's possible. I don't know enough about that particular one to give you
You're
a
behind.
metric.
You're behind when you're doing it. And as I walked in, that was one of Dr. Flores' main, things for me to start focusing on. And we didn't pass it, as you said, from the first rating. And of course, that was a huge concern of mine. So my staff and I we're all looking at every single way that we can to, we've got a principal that's teaching, we've got a counselor that's teaching, they're not coded to instruction, so we are all over that and trying to fix that.
And I think with the discussions on the repurposing of the schools, on those positions that are going to have to be hired, using the function 41 and 21, that would help tremendously on that one measure, the administrative cost measure.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And it helps our overall rating.
Right.
But seriously, that has been something that Dr. Flores has had our department focus on strongly.
It's still a charge that I already have, but, and it comes back again to just because it's not a constraint doesn't mean that we're not addressing it.
Right,
Because this tends to work in more like absolute terms and certain things that you shall not. And so we're still working on reducing our administrative cost. Expect to see that kind of growth once this year's reported going into the following year. Have we made any progress this year? I don't want to say
We have made progress. And another thing is like the MOE, we're trying to do the MOE right now.
Right,
We're not, I can't change what happened last year,
Right.
but that's what we're fixing to report on last year's
Because a
MOE.
lot of reports are 1 year. and
Yes,
year.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that's why I think that would be a challenge. So out of these, even out of these that we have here, I do think that there's some redundancy between the community-based services and the after-school elementary program. So if we were to eliminate the fifth one, because the fourth one is a little bit more broad-based, the second one, because the second one is community-based services, and after-school program technically is in many ways.
Yes.
It
It could be a
Like a constraint,
Yes.
right, it can
Yeah.
become a constraint.
Project manager.
That's why.
Is it fair that we possibly don't have 80% control, though, if it's funded by a source that's not local? So if it's a federal fund, or if it's a grant fund, something along those lines.
That's true too.
I mean,
It's true, but I think then you'd be looking for a substitute.
Right.
But we may have to come out of local if the grant runs out and there's no longer any grants. Right now, we have the community partnerships grant. We get funding from the city of San Antonio to come up to make sure we can, pay some of these after-school programs or community-based programs. So, yeah, the funding could be.
My question is, we don't want to deny a potential grant, like say if we're going to do supper feeding through the National School Lunch Program, we don't want to deny it because of the potential in the future, because of this constraint, the superintendent wouldn't recommend it because of the potential burden if we ever lost it in the future. It's kind of my premise on that.
Right.
So.
And that could be written into the constraint progress measure. We could figure some way to look at that for those.
And again, we can go by year.
Right.
So that's one. I mean, we're very comfortable with the first one. By all means, everybody's fully on board that that's one that we should maintain. The third one, how do you guys feel about the third one? About the transportation? And then how do you feel about the culture and the climate?
Because it suggested that there would be no fewer than one, no more than 5, but 3 are recommended.
Yeah, so if we had to make a recommendation, it would be 1, 3, and 4, the culture and climate one. We have a lot of control over a lot of those things, how we can fix those pieces.
We're making academic transportation services.
It would be the F rating one, and then the reduction of transportation services, and then the fourth one of culture and climate.
But could we make it academic transportation instead of just transportation services?
Oh, I wouldn't mean academic, like just go to school and come back.
Well, I mean, ones that actually impacting the schools.
Well, because you got chartered buses and all that, yeah, that's true too. We could do, specify that it's for academic purposes.
And if you're looking at like miles traveled, 1 year you might make it athletic wise.
Well, but we're not reducing, right?
We could in the year that follows.
From 1 year to the next.
Yeah, if you had to drive 120,000 miles year 1 because you went, 27 rounds deep. I don't know how many rounds there are deep in softball playoffs, but you go real deep in softball play.
Not 20.
If you go a bunch of rounds deep.
Can you include us in your conversation?
No.
Well, these are just things we hadn't talked about.
Yeah.
But are you looking at all 5 or are you looking at reducing?
Ideally, 3 is the perfect number.
So which one for the
1.
you wanted to keep?
1 for sure. The culture and climate, do you folks feel strongly about the fourth one? You want to go to the fourth one, I guess? That one, the low-level campus culture satisfaction?
Are you doing already surveys, climate surveys?
I'm asking if the results have been
So
spotty
they
at
used to
best.
do climate surveys, is
Right.
that being done?
Right, and as I've checked, they said that they did one like at the end of the year, but I don't know if it's been something that's like a set thing.
Maybe that's something that you
We
need
want
to
to put at the
continue
forefront.
and then not have as a constraint, it's just an annual climate survey, I think.
Well, school climate is now on the accountability. Don't they measure what form of like campus?
There's a self-reporting answer.
Yeah.
So did you, I think I lost you in.
So one's in the back. I know.
But number 2, did you decide on that one against it because
Well-
of the funding? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure what you said.
Well, I know that we have a number of community-based services that we provide right now. CIS
Okay.
being the perfect example of that.
Okay.
We can take a stock of that and ensure that we keep that at least for the next year. And that's regarding whatever was happening with the budget, wherever other expenditures are we protecting this is the question.
Absolutely.
And so if we get into a more serious financial situation, we may have to come and revisit that because they may be on the block. I mean, but is that something we find important enough to protect?
I think transportation, number 3, is vital.
Right. You like those first 3?
That's ADA. Yeah, the first one and the,
These were 3, that's why these were our top 3 initially.
what is number 4?
4 was the culture and climate one.
Oh, no, that's something
Yeah.
that.
We still focus on, we would still do. Right. You like those for 3?
And then you said you can merge 3 and 2 or 4?
Well, with 2 and 5, because the 5 was an after-school program.
Yeah,
Which could be seen as community-based.
Okay, that'd be good.
You like those 3?
Yeah.
You feel comfortable?
Wow.
Motion to.
You want to make a
Wait. Can we massage it?
Can we go back to the other presentation? Sorry.
Can we flip them?
4?
No, their original.
Our presentation?
Region 20, all right, -1. No,
Just one.
plus one, no.
Okay, so we'll revise those things. I just want to come back to this. So one of the things in April we need to do is come back, and these are not your scores, okay?
Thank you.
But we will be doing that, okay, again.
The zeros, yeah, those look like ours.
No,
No, it's not yours, it says sample, sir. Purposeful.
again, tonight just represents a huge commitment to continuous improvement in the discussions about where we are in terms of our goals and constraints, and this is just one way to look at that. But I really want to call attention to this, because this is something I heard you guys say, and I think Homer, you were the one that said it at the last board meeting, how the power of visuals to show, because we hear all of these things, and one of the things we know in the community, is it going up or is it going down? I mean, everybody can kind of understand from that perspective. Is here's a sample board monitoring, and this is kind of like the cover sheet, okay? You have staff that get up and talk about all these things. You'll notice a couple of things. There's the goal, there's the tracking, and then over here on the side says evaluation. That's the superintendent saying we're on track or we're off track. That's what that represents.
And you can see the words on track right underneath evaluation.
And that actually matches the Lone Star governance instrument in terms of we need to have the superintendent saying to the board, we're on track. It's kind of the question, so how are we going? Are we going to come out okay or not? Okay? And it's every time you get a monitoring report. That's one aspect of it. Here's another one. But still notice it still says over there, on track. Okay, so however that is, and I'm not saying staff may like pie graphs or bar graphs or circle graphs or...
Some use colors. If we're green, we're on track.
But I think what's been consistent is we want to know where we've been, where we're going, and where we are today, and where we're headed. Can we see that perspective, that context of the work? Is that, any questions about that? Okay, hearing that move.
Oh, graphs are pretty.
I'm sorry?
I said, no question, graphs are pretty.
All right, so sample workshop calendar dates, we'll talk more about this next time. This is just something for efficiency. So here's some things. So recommendations from administration on goal progress measures.
We'll be working on that.
That's what they're going to be working on. The board review the constraints and constraint progress measures. So he's now knows what the constraints are, so his next step is to bring constraint progress measures about. So how will we know that? Okay. For example, one of those is the after-school programs would be a potential constraint progress measure. Potential adoption at the April 17th board meeting or sooner. And then complete the board quarterly tracker, reflecting on the January-March work. Yes? Okay.
And then the last question was what we began with. Commit to.
Somebody already answered it, I know, so started this out. So you want to repeat, if you can remember what you said?
Yeah, I think I said something to the effect of I commit to supporting the superintendent and his staff to achieve their goal progress measures. Is that fair?
I commit to supporting these board superintendent goals that have been identified.
I definitely commit to superintendent and the goal project measures that he has, and also with his staff.
And that was something you said earlier, I think, where you talked about the credibility of the
I
staff.
always
Yes.
recognize them because, I know that
Who else wants to be next?
I commit to working tirelessly to making those goals and constraints, priorities, measures happen.
He says at 10:30.
Hey.
Okay.
I commit to staying focused on student outcomes.
I commit to the Lone Star governance model and support for the goals, the board goals.
I commit to supporting our superintendent and staff and holding ourselves accountable as well.
And we commit to staying for as long as it takes to get you guys. Okay.
And supporting you.
And supporting you, because you're supporting kids. Okay. So we appreciate the time and effort. There's one thing.
Go ahead, before we
Sure.
conclude and adjourn, I'd like to, Ms. Elliott is here. Ms. Elliott, you had sent an email a while back with, in fact, I have it here, all the things that we needed to address. Has this meeting tonight addressed what you have on this email?
I've been very pleased with the outcome of your meeting. tonight, at least through conversations, the board must work collaboratively with the superintendent.
Right.
Okay? When I was talking about even earlier, getting information ahead of time from the superintendent.
Right.
Remember, that was to streamline your board meeting. That does not necessarily mean that the board is going to ask granular questions to keep your staff, your superintendent and his staff, so occupied with answering all of your questions, whatever, as intricate as they can be. He needs to be focused on what?
Right.
Student outcomes and student outcome goals. Okay? Because you're not going to get the results unless that guy and his staff is focused on student outcomes and your student outcome goals.
So my question was then,
You have done a pretty darn good job of that.
okay, that was my question.
Okay?
Thank you, Ms.
And I've been very pleased with the communication pieces that have gone on here tonight. And I do also want to commend Region 20. They did an outstanding job facilitating this. And I want to thank you guys. It was great.
And I'd like to echo, they have always been very supportive in their trainings, coming in at our meetings, to attend our meetings, to help coach us. I think you're all wonderful coaches, and we hope you always stay here with us.
Do an excellent job.
So I think that's commit to.
I commit to being in this meeting.
So we also have feedback, so there's a
Yes.
an evaluation. Unfortunately for us, we're not limited to 2 hours in our training, so because you would hit us on that one. But we do appreciate and value that if you would provide us
Yes.
some feedback. And then whenever you're ready,
It's
to
the
adjourn.
last page of your packet, our evaluation.
Board members, if you fill this out, and do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Yara, do we have a second? Second by Mr. Rodriguez. The time is 10:32.
Let's do it again real soon.
Yes, let's
Now
do.
we
And
come on.
let's
We do
have
tomorrow.
implementation of everything we've done.
At least we didn't get past midnight, so we had 2 meetings in the same day.
Yeah, you have a point there.
I'm sorry.
Maybe so many people do that.
We'll get rid of it.
Exactly.
And then we look at
I
how to
have
go.
finished.
Sir, we appreciate you being on. Do you want me to look at the execution, is that what you said?
I have a question on that.
I know you're working on it, so, okay.
Oops, excuse me.
Good night. See you all tomorrow. Good night.